matter where we stay. There that is. Yo, what is good, everybody? Welcome back to another game dev stream. So that's how I pay attention to TikTok. Can I pop this out? Nice. That's nice. Alright, at least I don't have to. It just sucks that I can't get text to speech for this. Kind of depressing. That means I have to constantly look. I'm not good at that yet. But we'll do. mm, We'll put this over here. Make it big as hell. Can I pop this out too? Better than I can. Got a model bitch who love me, can't get off of me. Mm. All right, let me know if the stream is lagging. Last time I streamed to TikTok, there was some lag. Um, Trying to make sure I record the stream so I can try to get some clips, and then I can upload the clips. Is like I might start a clip channel. Is basically what I'm getting at. Today I'm working on some technical stuff. Not too much visual. Not too much visual. Eventually, it will lead to visual, but in the beginning, not too much. Um, Yesterday, I dropped a video just giving an update about the builder, and the trait system is like the second part of the builder. It it's not something that you can edit in the builder, but as you change your attributes around and certain attributes read certain values, you'll get more traits. Like certain traits will be locked behind an attribute value. Uh, I've been on the fence on whether or not I should make it to where, man, my teeth are sensitive as hell right now. I went to the dentist yesterday, but I've been on the fence on whether or not I should make it to where you only get, what's good, Aaliyah? You only get one or two um traits per attribute. That way you can't like go crazy. But on the other side, wouldn't it be crazy to like some of the traits I've been working on are just really good, and I think that they kind of merge well together. Like you'll get a trait that has like a con on it where it says, okay, you can only do this, but you lose this, and then there's another trait that says you get this at like 25%, but you got to give up this. You know what I'm saying? So those two things will kind of like offset each other. And the thing is, these these are random rolls, so they're not something. It's something that won't happen all the time. Basically, you like there's a chance where since the way that I'm doing the random roll is deterministic, there is the slightest chance that if you get the upgrade at the same time, like if you do the upgrade on the same exact frame every game, you'll get the same exact rolls. But if you understand how hard something like that is to do, is that shit is almost impossible. But yeah, let me know if the stream is lagging. I got the TikTok chat up. What's good, Josh? We're live on YouTube, and like I said, I can't afford NBA 2K27, so we're working on we're working on our own. Uh, but yeah, there's a lot of programming today, so if you're not into that kind of stuff, I understand. But I'm trying to keep my channels active because I can't I can't really drop videos every day, so it's a way to stay in the algorithm by doing these live streams. So sometimes they won't be cool, sometimes they will be cool. Uh, eventually every time it will be cool. Once I get past all this foundational stuff. But yeah, right now I was doing some work, working on like the way that I want to recharge all of the, because you got to recharge the charges, you got to recharge stamina, and then anything else that needs to be recharged will get recharged through this effect here. So since I'm using Chaos Mover, since I'm using mover in general, I can't really use um, gas. I mean, technically I could. It just wouldn't sit well with the rewind system. And if I'm being honest with you, technically I could like make it to where it like a really nasty solution for it where um basically I do something to where I turn off the replication for gas and then I replicate it through mover. That's what Kai did with his solution. That's
At
basically how he got it
T-Monad.
working.
Motion matching wouldn't work well.
Motion matching for what? What are you talking about motion matching for? Did I say motion matching? I might have made a mistake. But motion matching in this game will work well. I just don't have the time to dive into it. And in order for it to actually be useful in my game, I have to make custom animations for it, and I don't have the time for that right now. So I'm trying to do stuff that I could knock out without uh, wasting time. Not wasting time. The thing about motion matching is
At
that I have to
T-Monad.
spend a lot of time
Oh
breaking
no, I
it
was
to
asking if it would
implement it.
instead of what you're using.
Yeah, it would be good. Motion matching would work. Josh asked, "Do I have a job?" This is my job, Josh. This is my life. This is what I do every day. I program, I sit at this computer, and I write code and I test my video game. That is my job. I don't get paid for it. I don't get paid much for it, but it is what I do for work until I have to get another job.
At T-Monad.
But yeah,
Facts. I'm trying to get there too.
yeah. If I had like kids and shit, I wouldn't be able to do any of this shit that I'm doing. Why is it not open? I'd have to be working, but I'd still be doing it. I just wouldn't be doing it as effectively as I am now. So I gotta take the most advantage of my time. And my wife be getting mad that I don't like going to shit. Like I don't like going to birthday parties, games and shit like that. Uh, because I feel like if I don't invest all my time into this, that I'm kind of like, cause I only have so much time before things
At Dark
get to a
Squirrel
certain point
7436.
where I need to have a job.
What's good?
What's good, squirrel? What is that name? GGG. I'm gonna call you Triple G. What's up, man? Welcome to the stream. We don't need to net. Oh yeah, we do need to. We don't need to net serialize anything here. That's the good thing about this effect. It's just something that I can call every frame. And basically, yeah, basically all we're gonna do here is check if the thing can recharge and recharge it. Um, so the way that my recharging is going to work is that it's going to be every second. That's a good angle. It's every second, so every 60 frames. Now I got to come up with a different solution if I change like the server tick rates. This shouldn't be too hard. I'd be able to. I'd have to do some wonky shit for it, but it wouldn't be too hard. But yeah, right now I know that the server is going to run at 60 hertz, so
At the Eternal Creativity.
that's what we're going to go after.
Sup, dude?
What's good, Eternal? Luis, what's up, man? Um, so yeah, basically we want to know if we have a constf sync state. Oof, what did I call this? Recharge timer. That's what it's called. The way that you have to do things in Chaos Mover is, bro, it's so ass. It's not ass, but it's just like it's so clunky. Um, oops, it is not the smoothest thing to work with. But I have been finding some really good, workarounds for stuff. Like my system for knockbacks was cucked, like completely messed. Like the way that I did that, if I would have released the game would have crashed so much that people would have just returned it. If that should happen on a bigger scale, like oh my god. So I came up with a really clever solution, and I would say the way that I came up with it is like the way that I use AI. Like the I actually have this up so I can show this off. This is the way that I use AI. And when people ask me, do I use AI? I'm like, yeah, I use it, but it's mostly like Google, like a good conversation with somebody who has the entire knowledge of the engine without, not the entire knowledge of the engine, but that has like a bigger knowledge of the engine than I do. So I'm like, how can I safely add a movement effect to a player that was hit by a sphere inside the async physics thread using Chaos Mover? So I tried to override modify contacts and apply velocity to the hit particle, but it doesn't feel as good. And doing it through
Add
the
the internal
doing it through the instant
creativity.
as doing it through the instant movement effect.
Bro,
However,
I'm
the way I'm
telling
doing it
you,
right now is
you
not
need
thread
to
safe.
improve your workflow. At Dark Squirrel
What do you mean?
7436.
What's good, W Fire?
Yet exactly I made that widget that displays the stats on a shipping build using GPT.
Wait, what widget? You talking about are you talking about RB debugger? Your run to RT debugger? Your debugger?
At Dark Squirrel 7436.
Same I ask AI
Unfortunately
questions
it
to help me
doesn't know
understand
shit
rather than
about
just telling
direct
it to do
graphs, so I
something.
had to write
Yeah,
the whole
I
source
know,
code.
man. That's what I normally do. Like there are some times where I tell like I'll take some of my code and I'll say, "Hey, this code that I'm not working is this code that I'm writing is not working, but I know the idea is correct. I just there's something that I'm doing wrong with the math or
Add the
there's something that
eternal
I'm doing wrong."
creativity.
Connect
Connect
Claude to your
Claude Code to
repo.
your repo man.
Hell no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that, bro. That's scary as hell. Hell no. But I don't actually use Claude Code. I use Google Gemini
At
because I
Dark
get it for
Squirrel
free. I get it with my
7436.
Google Workspace.
Nah, I sent a native tick of a widget on the group so you guys can use it. It basically displays stat unit on a packaged build.
Oh, okay, yeah. You gotta pin that. I don't know where that's at. But yeah, I use AI like that too, where I'm like, hey, fix this function, or right, improve this function, or let me know what's wrong with this function, like stuff like that. But I mostly use it like like Google. Hey, I need to know how to do this, and I don't know how to I don't know how to do this. I know there is a way to do this. I just don't know what it is. And then when it was saying that you could just use you can get the physics object on the async thread and then get uh the index of that object and like cache that in the sync state and then like at runtime convert that back to the player. I was like, oh shit, okay, bad. That's cool. Like I learn shit too. Like that's the cool thing about AI is I learn ways to do things. And I don't know if y'all have ever tried to ask a question in the Discord about some shit that don't nobody else use, but you ain't getting no help. That's why I will never downplay AI. Like I'll never try to make people feel bad about using AI because there's some shit that you literally will not get any help on. No matter what Discord you type it in, no matter who you know, some people are just not using the shit that you're using. I know for a fact with Chaos Mover, I probably can't act any like I
Add the
comment on
eternal
all of the
creativity.
Chaos Mover shit online and I don't even get
1.48 is open
responses
source
there.
and can run locally with the Claude Code harness if you're not comfortable with external servers. If
That's
you
nice.
got some RAM left on your machine on an extra machine.
Yeah, I do. Uh, like I could run it on my laptop or some shit. I was thinking about streaming from my laptop. I need to do that so that I don't waste so much of my computer resources. Here, let me check this real quick. So if our timer frames is equal to 60, then we want to check for the charges. Well, I'll do this the inverted way here, just because this is gonna be ass. Ah, mm, well, yeah, I guess we do this. We do recharge timer equals for add immutable type. Now this should be, technically this should be something that I could just increment like this. I should be able to just do that.
At the eternal creativity. No. Not gonna lie, it's a bit hungry. It runs on
The
my
custom links are
3090 but
tier
eats nearly
3.
22 GB of RAM, so can it
Yeah,
really
that shit
run
is expensive
Unreal
as
at the
fuck.
same time without offloading the AI model from memory?
And when's my 39 but easy? Oh fuck, I don't got nowhere near that. Nowhere near that. Hell no. And that's another thing about AI. That shit is beefy, bruh. Too beefy. Okay. So if this is equal to 60, I kind of hate all these if statements, but we'll do it. We'll do it like this. We pretty much need to check if we can recharge. Can we recharge stamina? Can we recharge our charges or our tackles? And if we can, I need to have a data type for their charge. Like so, each thing that will have a rechargeable rate needs to also have a data type. And this is what I was saying maybe last month about Mover. Mover is a lot more like data oriented programming than object oriented programming. Especially with Chaos Mover. Like Chaos Mover, since you only can operate safely on data, you kind of have to use a data oriented design. Um, but yeah, pretty much all of the things like stamina and charges, they will need to have. Hold on, let me think. They both need to have their own data types. I could have just one data type for like the rechargeable um, types. Mm, to me, that's kind of. I'd rather just have it separate. That would just make it a lot easier for me. Because there's no penalty for having like multiple structs other than memory, and since it's just a struct, it's not that bad. My eyeball.
At the eternal creativity. Lyra by default has that cooldown K. Will that not work for you?
Lyra uses gas by default. I can't use gas. I can't use gas without like a shit ton of work to get it working with Mover. So instead, I'm using what I got, which is sync state, sync state, data types. I got instant movement effects. I got layered moves. Layered moves. I think that they changed them from when I used to use them back in the day. Because I used to use layered moves like gameplay effects, since they had like a timing based thing to them. I'll add those back eventually. Once I start getting deeper and deeper into this, where I know I need to add like effects to players and stuff like that that affects them over time. I'll add another thing that I could do, and this is something that's really easy to do, is that I could have a like just kind of similar to like how I have my smart move evaluator, just a C++ class that just monitors tags, and every frame it applies an instant effect if that tag is there. That's the same concept as a layered move that lasts for 25 seconds or 0.25 seconds. Basically, if the tag is present for that amount of time, and you do an instant effect every frame it's present, it's kind of the same concept. It's just a little bit more clunky, and I think it's a little bit more limited as well. But let's just do sync state underscore stamina, make it easy on ourselves. Uh, yeah, like I said, it's a lot of boilerplate stuff, but it's not too bad. Let me just make this other one real quick too. Sync state. I think I already have this. Mm, yeah, I'll just call it charge. It's fine. I don't think I have a yeah called charge. Oops. All right. Why are you here? Why is that including that? Okay. I mean, that's fine. That is kind of what it is at the end of the day. All right, we'll do stamina first. I don't want stamina to be gated right now, like while I'm testing, but we'll just it'll be the easiest thing to test that this system is working because the charge system is a little bit different. So we need net serialize. We need a clone. I don't think we need a to string for this. Probably though. It'll be safe. To string. What else do we need? I think that's really it, to be honest. Should reconcile. It shouldn't. Get script struck. That's the other one. No, I don't know why that's not the default, like, or why that can't be defaulted or something. Okay, and then only thing we need to know here is pretty much we need to keep track of like the tank for recharging before. But well, stamina is a little bit different than charges. Stamina is just the current stamina, the max stamina. So your current stamina will get recharged until it reaches the max. The max comes from a a static variable, so I don't have to serialize that. That's pretty much already replicated. So really, all we need here is the current. And for me, I want to make it a uint 8 so that it's just not because it doesn't really need to be a float per se. It kind of does, but God, paying for that float is gonna piss me off. Um, I could do. If I do, and I'm thinking about this document in my head, it says to prefer to use integer-based math, like so that it's less likely for things to, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? It's less likely for things to get out of sync. So technically, what I could do is uint 32 or int 32 or uint 16 because it should never be like your current value should never really be greater than 65,000. There's no reason why. There's no reason why it would ever be that great. So we'll just go uint 16 here, and this will be our current stamina. And this means that ooh yeah, we'll set it to 0 by default. That's fine. And then when we initialize our player, we'll initialize this. This does mean that I need to change everything to use like thousands instead of floating points. And let me just do this math real quick because if we like, let's say we had 100 stamina and fucking jumps take 5 stamina, that'll take us to 95. So if I multiply, it'll be a multiple of 10. So that means we would take 50. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So it's just 1,000. And then like 2.5 is 25. Yeah, this pretty much makes all the floating point numbers go away or be a little bit more predictable. I'm thinking here. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, this shit is a lot of boilerplate more than anything. Ooh, say out. I think it's out dot appends, and we're gonna go. Oh, it's append F in this case. So I want to say current stamina, current stamina, and we'll do a here. Better than I can. We gotta cast this to a int 32. Oh. Okay, that should be good. And then we just gotta do that guy. All right, cool. Yeah, basically the recharge will add the recharge rate, and that means I need to add that. I said traits affect these things. That's why I'm kind of messing around with this because, like I said, it'll be easy to test um how traits work when they're applied and try to find the bugs with something simple like stamina. Even though I don't want stamina in the game yet. Let me think here. I need to go to I need to go to this interface actually. Mm. Never, 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 never. All I can do. So this is. I'm gonna rename this. This will be current stamina, and then we'll make one for max. Yeah, I pretty much have to build a little small ability system uh, here. It's not too bad though. So we need to know the recharge rate. I'm gonna do this for this thing too. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But I can do better than I can. Yeah, ski. We're gonna have to make we're gonna have to make some defaults for these in the globals. Because again, everything needs to be known up front. There can be no searching for a data asset or anything like that. Technically it could, but it's not safe. But yeah, that should be that. And then in the actual effect, not that guy. Where are you at? There we go. All right, so if this is equal to 60, what we want to do is make sure that we're not in any mode to, if we're not in any mode that blocks recharging for stamina, which I guess I can make this a function that I edited earlier. We would need to know, this would be a bool, is can recharge stamina. We just need to know const f mover take start data. Oh, Wait, what? Is a pointer? I did not know that was a pointer. I guess we can just change this to a pointer. That's fine. Uh-oh. Then I can do better than I am. Okay, so we also need to, inside of that sync state, what's it called? Stamina. Inside this guy, this needs to be private because that doesn't need to get changed locally. Instead, what we need to do is call a recharge on this guy, and then I'll send a value in for the max. Oh, I need another value too for the amount. Max 32. This could be it really can be a uint, but it's fine. This doesn't actually need to be a reference. I read somewhere that passing references around is not ideal all the time. I don't know where I read that though. So, um, we want to say that current stamina equals clamp. There we go. Thank you, Ryder. And we'll say F6 state stamina equals recharge, and we give it the. Oh, I need to get access to my mover simulation.
At Dark Squirrel
Consts.
7436. Yet if you pass a reference you're passing around 8 bytes as the reference is just a kind of pointer, so copying a uint 16 is better for performance than passing around a reference.
Yeah, yeah, right. And I'll be passing around a lot of references, by the way. So I actually got to go through my code and change that. E physics basketball simulation. Sim is equal to. I almost think that this is not safe, but this object is literally made for. I read that if you should not access the U object pointers unless the object is made for the physics thread, and I'm specifically making this for the physics thread, so I don't think I'll ever run into a problem here, but it is scary to think about. So if we don't have this, we need to return false here. I should add an error. I gotta get better at that. Sometimes I'm lazy. I don't care about the errors. Uh, so did it in my dressing room, and it was impressive. Okay, so here we can get the amount, which is the sim dot get stamina recharge rate, and then stamina. I'm sorry, sim dot get max stamina. Cool. And then all the buffs that improve stamina, like if I say if you get a 25% stamina increase, this function will handle that. So it's not as easy as a gameplay effect that just that operates on the attributes. You got to kind of write it all out, but it still works. So if this is equal to 0, we want to do this, and then at the end of this, we want to take this timer and set it back to 0. Because it's basically this is just counting every frame. Now, one thing I could do is add a like since I know that this amount is per second, but to me, I don't want to add. I don't know if that should be the way that it's done, where every frame you add the amount per second. So let's say I give you.
At John Dawsontos
Let's go
9178.
Juan.
Yo.
Let's say I give you 25 a second. So I divide that by 60. So you're getting 0.42 a second. So every frame I add this, but to me this wouldn't work as well because since this is a value less than 1 and I'm trying to keep everything as an integer, this wouldn't work out too well. Um, okay, but yeah, that's pretty much how stamina will work. And the traits, I don't know how many of you guys are in my Discord. In this part of the Discord. Uh, hey, new person. Oh, my boy just boosted the server. Let's go, baby. Yeah, yeah. The boost is like I need full boost levels to get that bitch. But these are the traits that I've been writing on lately. Uh, I made these up to enforcer, and then I put, I said, okay, this is a good amount to try to feed to AI to tell AI to try to make some new traits that kind of match what I'm trying to do. And AI was just trash. So there's some things where AI is completely ass, but essentially how I'm looking at the traits, they're going to be like small buffs with a debuff. What was that? You're checking if the live stream was in here too. Uh, no, no, YouTube and I think TikTok. Oh, Eternal. Oh, that's you. No, the live stream is just on TikTok and YouTube. But yeah, in the I don't know if have you play tested the game? You have, right? Haven't you? I swear I had you in there the other day, the last test. No, so you haven't. Okay, okay. I thought I had somebody by the name Eternal. It might have been. I can't remember the name. There was an Eternal somewhere that was in the playtest, the last playtest. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was this guy. I don't know. I can't remember. But yeah, AI did a terrible job of coming up with new traits. It was actually ass. The AI is so bad that I said, "Hey, write some new traits," and this shit gave me a copy of all the same traits that I gave it. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Make new traits. Don't give me the same fucking traits that I wrote. But yeah, these are the ones that I wrote. This is with no AI assistance, so excuse me if they're not creative. But some of these are pretty cool. Like I think this Juggernaut one will be one that people will hope that they get because this will take it to where um, instead of charging and only hitting one person, you pretty much do the charge until the charge fuse timer expires, and then with the fuse timer, I made this joint right here where you can increase the fuse by a certain amount, and it recharges 25% faster. See, um I think things like this need to go away because if I want you to be able to combine, like if I want you to combine Juggernaut with long fuse, and I think I had another one in here for yeah, for, like or a supercharge, where the supercharge recharges 25% faster, and then you replenish two tackle charges when you like select this. If you have that with this, or with this, with another one that recharges 25% faster, that's kind of that's kind of crazy. Maybe I can clamp it or something like that, but we'll look into that later on. But yeah, uh, I want them to stack personally. I think if they stack, players will be able to make some funny shit happen. Like not just funny, but I also think that it will change the game. It like if you get lucky rolls where you can stack three different tackle buffs, I think as a defender, because again the traits are based on your build. So like if you make a defensive heavy build, you'll get defensive heavy traits. And so if you stack the defensive traits, that makes your build more powerful. And it's kind of like you're making your build so that you could cater to the traits that you think are the most overpowered. And to me, I think honestly the defensive traits will be the best because they are the only thing that I don't want to say isn't skill based. They are the only thing that is not RNG like on the outcome. If how does that make sense? So I'll give a prime example. Um, a shooting buff is not what you like. In 2K, a shooting buff gives you a higher percentage to make the shot. I can't do anything like that because at the end of the day, shooting in my game is skill based. It's not percentage based. Or you know what I'm saying? You don't get a bigger green window or there's nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Instead, shooting is fully skill based and you have to make the shot. The only thing I could do to make the shot easier is would actually make the shot harder for you to make. That's the crazy thing that I have to keep in mind too. The way that I make shooting easier for you actually makes shooting hard for you for a little bit until you understand, oh, I got to change my timing. Because the higher your shooting rating, the quicker your shot is, like by default. It's not like it's not in 2K, like you would choose, if you want to have a quick release, you would choose a specific animation to like configuration to get the fastest release. But in this game, maxing out your shooting attribute gives you the fastest like the fastest playthrough time of the jump shot animation, and you can also choose jump shots that have a quicker flick point. But most of the time I'm gonna make them anywhere from 2 frames to 6 frames, like 2 to 9 frames, in terms of like the actual flick animation. um so there's nothing I could do to to buff your offense to where you feel like, oh, this is great. Like offense is one of those things where the buffs are not actually going to be that good. They will, but not when it comes to like passing and stuff like that. Like passing is something like that's that is influenced by the actual attribute to a point where changing the attribute makes passing better. But stuff like shooting, layups, dunks, yes, because the way that that attribute will work is it'll also influence like the contact that you output when the force that you output when you're going for a dunk. So it makes it harder for people to like contest your dunk. Um, Ball handling, yes, because of course I could apply a larger radius of, like, instead of just crossing over one dude, you might cross you might cross over you might cross over a motherfucker that's all the way in the paint that ain't even paying attention. That'd be funny. I think that'd be OP though. But yeah, this is a little bit tougher to do simply because the game is skill based. So even with the buffs, you might not even like that's kind of how I want it to be too, because I don't want you to feel like you need to stack these buffs to to be good. You know what I mean? Like you could just skip all your upgrades and still be good. Um, technically, I might add an option to like if you don't like the upgrade to skip it, and then this way you can pick and choose, because like I said, like if you, let's say you made a build and you specifically chose to put your 3-point shot on like bronze tier, which probably makes it anywhere from 45 to 65 max, or it might be 80 max, anywhere from 45 to 80 max, right? And you get used to that. You get used to how much time you need to, or how much power you need to put behind the ball, which is how much time you need to hold the shoot key down to charge that power up. And you get used to that, and you like know that by muscle memory. If I give you a buff that maxes out that attribute, that shit will change. Like the timing will change. Your muscle memory will be messed up. You'll be hitting. You'll be bricking shots long because you're so used to the shot output not having as much power for that charge rate. But yeah, I don't know. It's a tough spot. I know it'll be fun though. That's the thing that I keep in my mind. Like I know at the end of the day that having these will make the game. I mean, it makes it familiar, but it also like shakes it up to where it's fresh. Not necessarily always about fun, but where it's fresh. Now I can keep on thinking on it and improve the way that the offensive stuff will feel or make things feel. But as it stands now, them bitches will the offensive upgrades will make you feel like God, this sucks. I'd rather not have this offensive upgrade because now my shot is broken that I'm used to. Um, but yeah, maybe I could think of some RNG stuff.
After eternal
I was
creativity,
thinking of some things.
I have the same dilemma in my own game. I opted for a more accessible skill range instead of that hard-bound 100 milliseconds timeouts. So let's say the user let's say shoot the ball at any time while jumping.
I'm guessing that has more to it. Mm, so the way that we would do this is we actually need to know the movement mode that we're in, which we do have. So we need to know the movement mode that we're in, and we need to make sure that that movement mode is not equal to. Mm, actually, stamina recharges as long as you're not sprinting or falling. Yeah, sprinting, falling, charging. Um, as long as you're not sprinting, falling, charging. As long as you're not in the air. So I'm actually going to need more than this. We need to just pass this around because uh, yeah, I need that. I need this full thing. Why is this a reference? Huh. I guess so that you could write to this. Yeah, that's weird. Okay. I'm going to make this const though, because we don't ever need to write to this. Okay, so we need to know if our params dot, whoops, the hell is that? Simulation as gameplay tech. Oh, come on. No, this is not mine. As gameplay tech. That should be on the simulation. Am I tripping? It's probably only on the chaos simulation. Son of a gun. Uh, New chaos over sim.
At T-Monad.
Make this const.
Is this Rider or the new Windows Visual Studio?
Rider. Bro. What? Oh no, I'm still using the wrong thing. I'm an idiot. Sim as gameplay tag. Thank you. Um, mover is in AI or mover is falling because sometimes do I have as any gameplay tag? God damn it. Okay, mover is in air. True. Return false. And this is going to be a nasty function, but it's all good. This is falling. Um, we also don't want to do this if our movement mode name is a certain movement mode. Dot start sync. If this equals um, charge.
At John Dos 9178. Bro, have you gotten Chaos Mover working perfectly?
Perfectly, no, but it is working well now. There are still some stuff. There's still some stuff that is messed up, but it's not because of Chaos Mover. It's because I don't remember the settings that I had to make Chaos Mover feel the way that it did before. So like right now, if I were to play as two players, there's still like a lot of corrections happening, or and not necessarily. Let me change that. There's not a lot of corrections happening. There's a problem where, uh, like if one of the clients shoots the ball, the other client will try to, since it's forward predicted, they will try to roll back and do the same launch. Um, but they don't have the same data that the shooter has, and that's because right now the way that the rollback is happening is because of the ball. So essentially, what I did before the stream today, I went through all my data types and I turned off the reconcile. Like I return false all the time through the reconcile function, and pretty much it'll allow me to force a reconcile when the the ownership of the ball changes or when there's a different data in the launch info, so that when the ball launches, that data will change. Other people will see that data be wrong. Well, the server will see that that data is not correct and tell the client, hey, you need to correct and send them the correct data. I think actually I might be thinking about that wrong. I'm pretty sure that the client does a check to see if their data is uh, compared to the server data is correct. So once they see that as not correct, they'll roll back to that frame with the launch and they'll launch the ball properly. I I can't remember what I did to make sure that the launch of the ball was accurate on all the connections, but I'm pretty sure the only thing that I had reconciling was the ownership of the ball, because once the ownership of the ball changes, that means the ball was launched at some point. It was either launched or picked up, and when that happens, those things are like easy to replicate in terms of forward prediction. So if this is equal to Oh no, not equal to. We need to know if we're sprinting. Uh, I guess we do know that with the damn. We don't have that. Oh, we do. Input command. Um, God damn it. I don't know what this is. Hold on. F. I need to go to grounded. Huh? Oh, maybe not. Whoa, hold on. Where's my sprint being handled at? It used to be here. Oh no, it's in basketball walk-in mode. That's what it is. Yeah. F ability input sprints. That is what we need. Right there. Whoops. So if we have this, um, is pressed. Okay, so yeah, don't charge while we're sprinting. Don't charge while we are charging. Don't charge while we're falling. So basically only um, recharge if we are on the ground. I probably could do that here. Like I could probably say return sim dot mover is on ground just to make sure. Um, but yeah, that's the only time we want to recharge stamina, and pretty much this function be the same on both async and whatchamacallit. What is this using? Apply effect params. Is that not the same shit? Ah, you son of a bitch. Ugh, I'm not trying to write two functions for that. So instead, what I'm gonna do is just break this up. We're just gonna use these types right here. Const f mover tick start state. Should it be a pointer? I think it's a pointer. I think these are pointers, yeah. And then we need the start data. And then we need the const u mover simulation pointer. This doesn't have the simulation as a member, does it? Nope. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yuck, I know. All right. Ugh. Now I gotta do this the weird way. It's apply effect params. Time step. Start state and simulation. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Now, does this not have the simulation in it? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. What are they doing? No, I guess I have the mover component, so uh yeah. We can still get access to this, kind of. would it be there if do I? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't actually care about this function. It should never run with Chaos Mover. Yeah, as long as I'm in Chaos Mover, this function will never run. Yeah, I'm going to not stress about that right now. Turn true. No need. Okay. So yeah, the trait itself, it needs to be a it needs to be a U object so that I can mess with it in the editor, so that in UI and stuff like that I could find them. But the data just needs to the end result just needs to be data. So before, what I was doing is I was passing around like a I think I actually have a trait object in here. I think I still have it. Basketball trait data container. Yeah. So essentially, this was what I was using for the front facing stuff, and you can see there's some effects that would get applied and all this other stuff. It was really more geared towards like gas, and at this time, I think this was ActionScript, so it was more geared towards like ActionScript stuff. Uh, I don't want to reuse this because I don't want to deal with. There might not be any compatibility issues if I rebrand this. Item rarity. Does that matter? That doesn't really matter, does it? That was just something I would use to color this inside of the UI. Mm. A function cache any text data written and passes through the structs to reduce loss work when updating values. I don't know what I was doing here. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. This code is old as fuck, squirrel. So this is what you was talking about. I don't know what the fuck I was doing right here. uh, it looks like it looks like a something I can call in the editor. Oh, is this for like for me to generate traits, like generate random traits in this container?
At the eternal creativity.
Maybe.
Looks like learning Haga.
Haga? What's Haga? Oh, this is for PlayFab. This will generate a new item on PlayFab. If the item already exists, this will update its data.
At the eternal creativity.
Ah, okay, okay.
Haha.
This was a function that would actually send this information to the PlayFab backend because I was doing persistent. At one point, this game was going to have persistent data, but in order to reduce the scope, I said no to the persistent stuff. So I'll leave that for like later down the line. But right now, hell no. We'll change this to trait. Okay. Uh, yeah, I think I'm gonna reuse this. Trait requirement. What is this? Rarity, attribute name, and then we add the requirements. Okay. Yeah. Okay, Gregory. Nah, for real. So at whatever rarity is the merge trait. Ooh, what is that? Oh, this is a trait that affects more than one attribute, and I guess merge traits were always rare. Okay, I fuck with it. Required attribute level 85 or 55 if it's not the main trait, and so everything above rare is guaranteed to be a merge trait. I feel like this is too many damn rarities, bruh. God damn, what was I doing? This used to be a recycle. This is a recycle from the the looter shooter that I was doing. No code goes to waste around here. Okay, I'm still gonna keep this though. That's pretty good. And then the applied effects. I'm guessing this is something. Oh, just the apply tags. Okay. Yeah, that could actually still work. So this will apply the t- the tags that the system will be looking for onto the yeah. So this could still work, and then should be displayed for attribute item requirements nested item required attribute name to string is equal to attribute name to string. Why the fuck did I do that? Oh, f text. That's why. Unfortunate. So this is true if the required attribute name is equal to our attribute name. I don't get that, but we'll see. So get current unlock traits. Oh, so is this supposed to have a whole container of traits? Or is this a trait? 29. Unlock traits, unlocked highest level. I think this is supposed to hold on. Attribute requirement map. If this is equal to 1, if the requirements is equal to 1, we iterate over the requirements. I don't know what I was doing here. This is why you need to leave comments in your code, people. Right here. I wish I could look at the last time I made an edit to this. This shit this should look old as hell. But like probably not even last year. Because I'm pretty sure I made this a long time ago. And then I probably made edits to it so that it can compile, but I was like, you know what, I'm not worried about this right now, so we're just gonna get it to compile. But yeah, what is this nested item? The requirements is in the item. So the attribute requirement map is a T map of requirement arrays. We check if the item requirements num is equal to 1, and then we iterate over the item's requirements. I don't know why we check here. Oh, wait, is the requirements Uh, oh, okay, okay. The requirements are the attribute requirements. So like this requirement would be I need to have where do I set the data? I need to have stamina at level or like at a level 50 or something. You know what I'm saying? And so there is an array of these so that I could say, okay, this trait only needs one attribute at this level to unlock, and then this requirement being equal to 2 means I need both of these attributes to be at the required value. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to use this anymore because I'm pretty sure this is so that I could get all of the unlocked traits. This doesn't make sense to have on a singular object that is a trait. But and also this being called a container makes it confusing because as a container you would think that it would contain more than one trait. So I don't think this function is necessary. This might be necessary. Get applied effects for rarity, and then this is the current level. So we go through our attribute requirement map, go through the requirements, and if our current level is greater than or equal to our required attribute level, applied effects. And this is something that I would do inside of the UI or this some of these functions I think they're just for this one says server, so I'm guessing the server was calling this at one point to check. But this is just UI. I don't think I need this to be honest with you. I have an easier way to do this now. Do I though? Do I though? This should be a static function, really. This should be like in a library somewhere, like a static library. And then we get Wait,
At the
get
eternal
current unlock
array 30.
traits,
That's
and
a
then it
lot
would
of
return a
nested for
teammate.
loops, haha.
I know, right? It's because I have to iterate over arrays. So there's an array that holds an array of things that holds an array of things, or it's a T map that holds an array of things, like this one. Um, but yeah, nested for loops aren't bad in C++. Not too bad, especially if there's no other way to do it. But yeah, this I don't think I need to be in this actual class. It needs to exist in like a library somewhere, maybe in the build system. I think I have a build system library where this will be good. That way in the UI we could just call this static function that will, is this a primary data asset? Yeah, primary data asset. Also not ideal. It's not too bad though. It's just, ooh, son of a gun. So essentially, what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to put this type of stuff in bundles. This is not bad though. This is just a uh, icon. This shit should be like 256 by 256, 512 by 512, like something small. So it shouldn't be that bad. Uh, but yeah, other than that, I think this is usable. I'm just gonna change this name here because this is kind of trash. Yeah, ski. So yeah, what we'll do, forward to clear this. What we'll do here, I don't know if there's a way to improve this requirement map, but I know from reading this code, I gave myself a hard limit of two, on like a maximum of two requirements. So an attribute needed to have, or if you wanted to unlock a trait, the maximum attributes that would it would depend on would be two. But realistically, um, the way that I've been writing the traits currently, uh, it seems like that you only need one. Matter of fact, let me just open up Notion here. Be easier. Yeah, this seems like it's just based on like one attribute. Mm, but then again, something like this is um, mid-ranged and 3 point. This one's just based on speed. So yeah, I probably still do the whatchamacallit, siphon. But what if I want to do a or? Like you can get this if your interior or perimeter defense is at a certain value. But this only maxes out perimeter defense, so it'll be strictly for perimeter defense. Yeah, ski. I think, to be honest with you, I think what should happen here is that this should be interior. And I had another idea for a trait that was called Iceman. And it would basically, if you do a good bump, it'll slow the player. Not like stuff like this will be hard to implement, but I at least want to have the ideas first before I worry about how tough it'll be to actually like make the code do this. Perimeter. Yeah, I think that'd be better. I'm still looking at this perimeter defense. Still is maxed out. Perimeter defense is maxed out, and this is something that should be double speed with ball attribute, ball handling. So you'll need to have this at a certain point where maxing it out is not crazy. But when I was writing these, the actual thought process was that your the thought process was that you could make a build and but there's two sides to that. So the original thought process was that you can make a build and not focus on the speed with ball attribute or the ball handling attribute, and hope that you get a role that gives you the ISO guide. So now you built a whole now you made a whole defensive based build, right? And you get a role where you get an offensive boost like ISO guy that gives you max handling and max speed with ball. So so that just like completes your it helps complete your build at runtime in the game. But you made a build that's specifically for defense. That was the initial thought, and then I was thinking, well, that would suck because if you have a mostly defensive build, your you got to think there's going to be more traits than this. So you got to think and keep it in mind that a random roll means it's a random roll for 2 out of n traits. You know what I'm saying? So if you made a mostly defensive build and you keep random rolling offensive shit that's not boosting your defensive build, it kind of goes against what you made. And it's tough because that's another side of it where if you make a defensive build, you're making it so that you can gear your upgrades in your traits towards defensive boosts versus making a defensive build because you're hoping to get a random roll of an offensive trait. But I think either way, either one works. The former means that I don't need necessarily have to worry about requirements or anything like that. Like, but it would.
At Dark Squirrel 7436.
Mm,
LOL, I was having a bug where if I set more than 1000 actors in my rep graph, the actors would spawn and destroy almost instantly on the client. Turns out I was waiting 4 frames before replicating again. At Dark Squirrel
I had the timeout
7436.
set to 4 frames.
And had the timeout set to 4 frames.
Oof. How many bugs does your rep graph have, dude? Mister, I don't got no bugs in my code. Sound like this rep graph got a lot of bugs over there, dude. That rep graph beating your ass, ain't it? Yeah. I'm thinking that there's two good sides, two two ways to go about this, and the latter, which is you build towards the traits, means that I can display the traits in the builder because if you if your build doesn't affect the traits at all, like if
At
if
Dark
if I make
Squirrel
like a random ass
7436.
build that's just straight up
This is the
offense.
dev project and it only had this one bug, the rest is working just fine.
Oh, nice. Okay. But yeah, if I'm making a build that's completely offense and I'm using the former thought process where no matter what your build is, you get a random roll out of all the traits. Um, Technically, I could still display the traits. What I could do, this will be better. What I could do is you still get a random roll of the traits, but each traits
At
has
Dark
a
Squirrel
tier similar
7436.
to
Discovery
whatchamacallit.
requires experimentation, so I'm experimenting the shit out of the rep graph.
Yeah. So yeah, that could be better. Where I have the former, where your build doesn't matter. Your build, you're not building towards a specific set of traits. What you're doing is you're building, like your build affects. It's similar to 2K. Like in 2K, if you have, um, let's say you have 3-point shooting at a 90, the 90 will unlock a certain badge on gold. You still have that badge, but they're using a combination. I think they're using a combination where your build unlocks a subset of traits, and then your build's potential unlocks those badges at higher levels. What I want to do is get rid of that second part you, essentially your build does not unlock traits. You get any trait can roll. And what I might do to make it to where every game is fresh, the server will decide which traits are like possible. I don't know if you guys ever played Apex control mode. But in control mode they would have 5 loadouts that you can choose from, and it would be random every game, or it would be random every day. And so you would choose between these different loadouts, and technically it will make you get better at different guns. So that's how I know how to use every gun in the game pretty well. Some guns I hate more than others, but I know how to use them because of playing that game mode. So I'll do something similar to that where the server says, okay, here's a random, like I'm gonna choose 20 random traits, and the max level that you can get to in game is 10. So I'm gonna choose 20 random traits out of all of the traits that exist, and these are the traits that will pop. And then when you when you get an upgrade, you'll get a random roll out of the 20. So everybody will eventually have the same traits, but still nobody will have the same exact build at the end of the day, because everybody's build will affect the traits different, if that makes sense. So this is getting really complex. Now it's a bunch of nested for loops. But essentially, your build, the potential of your build, just like 2K will affect the potential of the traits. The difference is that I don't lock you into a group of traits based on your build. I instead have the server decide on 20 random traits that everybody will share from, and when you roll, when you roll
At
or
0
level
K
up,
Game Dev 0.
nested for
Nested for
loops.
loops LMAO Undertale was one nested case statement. You're all good LOL.
No, no. I'm just saying, like my thought process was nested for loop. What's good, Zero? I was saying like my thought process is a bunch of nested for loops, so you can like I'm losing the plot, but I understand what the goal is here. But yeah, I should probably write this down somewhere, because I will forget. I am known for being forgetful. Okay, so yeah, so essentially similar to 2K, the traits will uh, be affected by how high your attribute level is. So you'll have Iron Lung on silver because you only have stamina on silver. And so instead of increasing or reducing stamina cost by 25%, it reduces it by 10%. I might go 25, 50, 75. Nah, that's too crazy. I might go 10, 20, 25, maybe 10, 20, 50, or something in between 10 and 50%, something like that. That depends on what it feels like in the game. And then the server will roll the 20 to select for that match which 20 traits are available. So you'll see they'll be like, when I bring over this, I still want to bring over this mechanic from Lyra called what the fuck is that called? The phase manager, which is a gameplay ability system thing. And since it has nothing to do with uh mover, it could be separate and replicated separately. And I just need it on the game state. I don't really need the characters to have ability system components. But yeah, so in the phase of like where the server picks the attributes or the traits, you'll see like a list of all the available traits and all the 20 available traits for that session. And you can already start saying, "Oh, I can get this. Ooh, I need to. Ooh, okay, boom, boom." You know what I'm saying? Like you can start thinking, "Ooh, if I get this, I'll be able to do this." I think that'll be good. I don't think it'll, I don't think it'll be too simple to where it doesn't feel like every match is different. Now, mm, one thing that I could do is on the back end, instead of having the server roll 20 random every game, which that could be good. There's two ways I can go about that. Instead of having the server roll it randomly every game, I could have a backend that rolls every hour, and then the server just pulls from the backend. That could be good for. I would say players would be able to actually enjoy the build more than once. But what I want most out of everything is that every single game feels completely different from the last game. So I'll probably end up just going with the server just dynamically rolling it at the beginning of the session and just replicating that down to everybody else. Uh, I think that's really all the thought process I need to make all of the rest of the stuff. I'll probably work on the UI stuff here so that I can get into the editor, do some visual stuff. Um, I kind of want the traits to be like Pokemon cards. That's what I had in my head a couple days ago, like a Pokemon card with a uh, you know how they had the level, like how many, or not a Pokemon card, a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Let me look at a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Yu-Gi-Oh. Whoops. Yeah, you see how the
At
Yu-Gi-Oh
John
card has
Dawsontos
the little
9178.
dots right here.
Bro, when a game starts, just make the server create a seed, and use that
Hmm.
seed to determine the randomness.
Yeah,
At
that
Niclarius
that'll make it.
Visuals.
Hey, it was a good toy.
Mikey.
Yeah, that'll make it random every game. So yeah, I think that's the best approach because like I said, I want every match to be different. I don't want players, like I said, the one thing that I don't like about 2K is that it feels like everybody's doing the same exact thing. Like every five man is doing the same exact thing. Every uh person that plays like theater 1v1 or 2v2, they have the same, it's very similar builds. It's very rare for people to experiment and explore, and I think that that's why 2K pretty much has to release a game every year, because if not, players would literally burn them. Like, they would burn themselves out and if you pay attention to the community every year around the 8 month mark, players are burnt out because they've been playing the same shit. S- I mean, they might have changed their build every 2 3 months. They might have changed their build, but they've been playing against the same thing over and over and over, and there's nothing dynamic about it. And I'm not trying to disrespect 2K. I'm just saying, like, it's the community that does that. It's not 2K. 2K lets you make whatever you want, but players are just gonna make what wins them games instead of adapting to what the game is pushing on them and overcoming that. You know what I'm saying? There's no real life example of that, like where there's a random roll of chance. I mean, technically is that's how life is. You can sprain your ankle mid game,
At
and
John Dawsontos
if you're the best
9178.
player on the team, you got to play through that.
Players will create a meta and only play that.
Did that basketball game ever drop? Which game? My game? No, it's still being worked on. But you can go wish list on Steam. I should have said that in my last video. I'll be forgetting to do stuff like that. But you can wish list it on Steam, if my website will take us there. You can go and wish list this puppy, and you can see it's similar to NBA The Run. Uh, don't like that comparison. No, I'm playing. No, I'm playing. That's not it. But yeah, I want the trait cards to look like this, where it has like an image right here. It has like a whatever level you have it at, um, and uh, technically the design will be a little bit different. Uh, yet, maybe I could make it to where all the information is on this single card, and this would be like the rarity of the trait as a whole. And then in this section down here, you'd have um, the information about
At
like
Niclarius Visuals.
what it affects.
BOI, I need help setting up a Discord.
Discord is actually pretty. I think Discord is actually pretty straightforward. I think it walks you through it. Like when you go to set up a new server, like nowadays, like if you go hit, where is this button at? Right here, add a server. It'll, you pretty much just walk through these prompts, and or you need help like making your own Discord account. But yeah, if you follow those prompts, you pretty much can set up any kind of server you want. But yeah, I'm thinking about doing this with a different, well, less copyright stuff, but this layout essentially, the title like that, um, what kind of attributed effects, you know what I'm saying? Like that's basically what this is, and then like the
At
rarity
02
of the
game dot
trait.
0. Legit, if I can set up and run a Discord, literally anyone can lol.
no, no, man, you gotta give yourself more credit, bro. You're pretty smart. But yeah, it's just a few button clicks, I think. Yeah, have an image right here that shows like I think this might be too big. I think we'll. I mean, is there another size? I guess you can make this like around where my mouse is hovering. I don't know if you guys can see this little box on my screen, but you can make this like this small. That way you can have more space for this part at the bottom. Like so, this will be this big, and then this will be just to the waistline like that. But yeah, something like that. What is this? Oh my, car looks crazy. But yeah, I'm thinking something along those lines. And then I want to do like there's the shader trick where you can make the car like move when they hover it and shit. I think that'll be cool. I don't know what that would look like inside of the UI though. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I wonder if I let the player click on the like maybe inside of, and I think I have an image of the actual. I got an image of the actual layout right now. So yeah, right here is where the trace will lay. So I wonder if I can have like just a small emblem, and then the player could like hover and click over it, and it'll open up a window here, blur the background, open up a window here where you can like read the trait. I don't, or I could do it down here where if you hover the trait, the information just is here.
At Dark
It won't be
Squirrel
as cool, but I think it'll be a lot
7436.
easier.
Damn, I just tested my replication graph system with 20k actors and I get 5 milliseconds, 6 milliseconds for the replication. Man, this shit is crazy. I basically replicate or stop replicating 500 actors per frame.
It's pretty cool. And you got a game where like all the trees and rocks and shit are replicated too, right? So yeah, you need all of that. You need all of that. How many connections though? Is that just to one connection? That's another thing that's the thing that concerns me the most when you do these tests. Because the replication, the net driver, how it works is it's based on how much work that
At
the
Dark
net that
Squirrel
the driver has to do.
7436.
You know what I'm saying?
Damn, the new UI is looking fire. It looks too much like that other example.
Huh?
At Dark Squirrel
It looks
7436.
just like the 2K one,
In
yeah.
my opinion.
I don't know. I don't know. I changed the color too. Like this one is an older one. But the the inspiration is 2K. One thing I got to keep in mind is that I want players to feel familiar. I want them to feel at home. You know what I'm saying? I want them to feel like they know what they're doing, kind of. And it's not so overwhelmingly different at the same time. But yeah, I'm thinking I could just keep it simple, and when they hover over the trait icon, all the information about the trait will just display down here. Um, or I could make traits different. I could make this simple for like these things when you hover these, and then when
At
you hover the
Hilarious
trait,
Visuals.
a little box
Proud
will
of you,
pop
G.
up. Appreciate it, Toy. A
At Dark
little
Squirrel
box will pop up
7436.
that'll give you more
Now
information
you
about the
need to
trait.
innovate to catch their attention, otherwise they will think the game is a cheap copy of 2K.
The thing is that you can't really innovate on the UI design
At 02 game dot
because
0.
if you go too
Common UI
crazy,
or UMK.
this is common UI 0. Uh, I basically took that out of Lyra, and I didn't expand it much, but I basically just extracted it from Lyra. But yeah, you can't really innovate like that, bro. When it comes to like UI, because UI is supposed to be it's almost like if you open up an Apple phone, like if a person that's been using Apple goes to the MacBook or goes to a iMac and the icons and shit look like Android. You get what I'm saying? Like if you're doing that to your users so that it feels different, you're kind of like making
At
them
Dr.
stub their
Laurel
toe.
7436. Yeah, you can. I did, but on a serious note, you should maybe change it a bit more.
I don't get what type of like let me explain what I think innovation means. Like innovation is changing something that exists. But the thing about UI is that UI is normally bars, numbers, and letters. There's not really a way to innovate on that. You get what I'm
At
saying?
Notorious Visuals. He capping.
He capping. I don't know, bro. I think players will feel like, oh, this looks familiar. I understand this. Like that's what I'm going for. Like if a player thinks that it's a cheaper version of 2K, that's fine. I don't really care about that. Because technically it is. You know, my
At
builder is
EU2430.
what's good, DW.
What's up,
My
guys?
builder technically is a cheaper version of NBA 2Ks. Is there's no way around that. But when it comes to innovation, my entire system is an innovation.
At
So like
002 Game Dev 0.
changing the
That's
UI
what a
is kind of
demo or
crazy.
playtest is used for, really. At
Yeah.
Kobe 1ER.
What's good, Kobe?
Yo.
Yes. So I don't know. I think at the end of the day, you don't want to confuse your players too much by trying to be overly different with the design. Because at the end of the day, they still have to understand. Like, there's two ways that could go. They can say, "This is so complex. Why didn't he just make it like 2K?" That could be said, and then the other side could be like, "Oh, this looks just like 2K." But is that a bad like? Is that one a bad thing, or is the other one a bad thing?
At
You get what I'm saying?
Notorious
Like
Visuals.
you gotta think about it like
This
that.
game is different.
If you think about it from that perspective, then mimicking 2K is actually the safer and better option because players can get mad that it's not like 2K, but if they get mad that it is like 2K, that's not really a demerit on my part. Because if it is like 2K, then that's
At Dr.
that's
Laurel
the top of the pier of
7436.
design.
What I mean by innovate is don't use the same colors and overall layout. At Notorious Visuals.
Why not though?
It still need to be simple. At EU2430. Common UI is built on top of UMG.
By by not using by not using the same layout and colors, like I've already tried that and it doesn't look good. It doesn't the user experience is not as good either. That's the other thing. Like if you know about the you got if you got the build right now, like you know what the other UI looks like. But that UI is for lack of better words, is confusing and it requires you to relearn something. So what I'm thinking is to I want players to have the easiest way in because we all know how fickle they are. Like they one thing will make a player stop playing a game like instantly. Like I'm this way too. I know this because I'm the same type of player as other players. I just don't play as many games. But like I want the what is it what is it called when when you migrate? I want the migration process to be as easy and as user friendly as possible. So why not use the same colors, the same layout so that when they look at this, they're not like, "What?" They're more like, "Ooh, this is like 2K. Oh, what do I do here?" That's what I'm expecting. Like for you got to think players that don't play 2K that'll come to this game because it's a third person shooter style sports game, they won't even it'll be completely new to them because they don't play 2K. But the people who play 2K, they'll look at this and there's a possibility that they'll say, "Oh, this looks familiar." And that's what I want. I want players to open this and be like, "Oh, this looks familiar. I kind of know what I got to do here." They'll start moving around as if they know things. Now, one that makes less fucking tutorials for me. Um, less confusion from the players, which means less bugs because they don't do
At
something that's not intended.
EU2430, the
Thank you.
UI looks so clean.
I agree. I agree. It's basically matching a professionally made UI, and it could be better. But if I look at NBA 2Ks, where are we at? We're in Discord.
At EU2430,
If I look at NBA
the text
2Ks,
looks
there's
kind of
looks
RPG-ish to me.
yeah,
At
it's the old
EU2430,
text from whatchamacallit.
like the font.
Yeah, the font is from, I don't know if you remember that old action RPG game, the mobile game that Epic did, the mobile example game. That's where the font is from. So yeah, it is RPG.
At EU2430, oh the gas one. At Dark Squirrel
Yeah, yeah.
7436.
It was like one of their first
It
gas
does look
samples.
clean, but I still think it's too similar to 2K.
So this is 2K. I I don't think that's a bad thing though. Like I don't think that that's a bad thing. You get what I'm saying? Like I don't see that as a bad thing. Like what's the worst thing that can happen from making the UI similar to what players are already used to in this genre? You get what I'm saying? In this particular genre, there's only one other basketball game really that has a builder, and then there's a bunch of Roblox games that also mimic 2K in that sense. That if they have a builder, is also similar to 2K. But yeah, trying to reinvent the wheel for stuff
At
is
Kobe1ER,
necessary in some places, but in other
robust
places,
people
I
simply
don't think
don't
so.
reinvent what people already know.
That's what I'm thinking.
At
That's
Kobe1ER,
that's what I'm saying, man.
shit looks fire.
I
At Dark
think that
Squirrel
players should
7436,
feel at home, basically.
well, for one, you could open yourself to lawsuits, especially when you go against a big company.
Nah, hell no. They're not gonna sue that. If they were gonna sue that, they would have been started suing like all they would start suing Roblox.
At
If that was the
EU2430,
case,
was that a $100 UIO card on Walmart?
yeah, this one right here, yeah. So yeah, I'm a proponent of that. You should reinvent the wheel when you need to, but in other times, bruh, you just got to use that wheel. That wheel is there. It's been rolling. That shit been working. And if there is a lawsuit, I mean, what's the worst that they
At
could do?
02 Game Dev 0.
Make me change it?
So much content, if you get sued you in it that attention, winky face.
Yeah, that could be good. If I get sued, I get some attention. But why would they sue me for a UI? It's not like I stole mechanics from, you know what I'm saying? It's not like I stole their mechanics. And if they don't have like their like I think Apple has a patent on their UI. Like I think Apple has a patent on their UI. I think if I'm not mistaken. So Apple holds numerous user interface, and graphical user interface patents that protect both functional and mechanical, and both functional mechanics and aesthetic design across its hardware ecosystem. So let's see if 2K has this.
At 02 Game Dev 0. Their box has a stupid patent.
What box?
At EU2430. Yeah, UI is just placement. There's a meaningful distinction between taking inspiration
You're gonna
from
put
components and the actual placement
filings
of
across
said
the cover
components in an
touchscreen, then put
interface.
gesture controls and
At
overlay
02 Game Dev
navigations,
0.
comment
Apple
system
box.
comments in modern sports games. Oh, the Apple box. Really? Are you talking about the taskbar or the rounded square? Damn, how'd they get away with that? You got to be rich as fuck to get away with that. I don't know. I doubt that. I doubt that this covers like the actual.
At
It says
02
and
Game Dev
interface
0.
interaction design.
Nah, the actual holding box.
What the fuck is this? Actual holding box. Oh, like the box that
At
they ship the
02
shit
Game
in.
Dev 0.
Word.
Like the packaging.
Will says, "Do I have a Discord server?" Yes, I do. Sorry, Will. I'm fucking. I wish TikTok had a text to chat. Yeah, I have a Discord server. It's in my bio, on TikTok. But yeah, I think that this is fine, bro. I think that this is fine because while it looks like 2K, it's not like an exact one-to-one copy, and that's what can get me sued. If it's like a exact one-to-one copy, I think that could be grounds for a lawsuit. But even then, the functionality of my builder is not the same as 2K's. And again, if that was the case, damn, like that means no other basketball game could have a builder basically. Because if you think about the UI for a builder, bro, it's the UI for every like. If you think about that, this type of UI is used for everything, bro. I can see the colors and shit, but you can't patent colors, bro. You can't. You can't patent colors. You can't patent words in the English dictionary unless it's a brand. Like, you can patent Marvel Rivals or you can trademark, I'm sorry, trademark Marvel Rivals. You can trademark Marvel because that's a trademark
At
of a
Dark Squirrel
brand, not the word.
7436.
Um,
I mean Nintendo sued Palworld for using similar mechanics to Pokemon.
yeah, but that failed, didn't it? That lawsuit didn't go through. And then the countersuit would be more lucrative than the game. You know what I'm saying? The only thing I'm thinking about is if I'm getting sued, I got enough money for somebody to come after me. Power World made what 250 million, and let's be honest with you, they did steal a lot of shit from them. They did steal a lot of shit from Nintendo. I
At
would
Dark
be kind of
Squirrel
I would be kind of slighted about that shit
7436.
too.
But it wasted a bunch of money from the guys at Palworld.
Yeah, if I worry about lawsuits right now, that type of stuff is like retarded. Like, I don't want to say retarded, but it's pointless to me. If I'm worried about lawsuits right now, bro, I ain't made a dollar yet. Fuck no. Like, that's a wrong thought process. The way I look at it is if I'm getting sued, I've made enough money for somebody to try to come after me, and you definitely know I'm going to countersue because I'm trying to get my money back for this lawsuit. If I got to go through all the legal shit and pay all these lawyers, I'm definitely countersuing so that I can try to get some of my money back for like what is it called? There's like a the thing that they do when you not loss. It's like a loss of something. When you get in a car accident, is what is that shit called?
At EU
Whatever that thing is.
2430. I hate when companies do that BS.
I don't know. I don't think I'll get sued for UI, bro.
At EU
If that was the
2430.
case, bro, there's so
They know
many.
they won't win, so they try to drain you.
Yeah, that's true. If 2K does that, I mean, I mean, can't I just change the UI? Like, if they sue me because my UI looks a certain way, can't I just change the UI, or would that make them win? Like, I think having this conversation is making me mad because it's so pointless. We're over here talking about if 2K would sue me for my UI. That shit is pointless to think about. That's a waste of brain power. It's a
At
good
EU
conversation though.
2430. You're a good bro, I doubt they sue you for your UI. TBH, it doesn't even look that close.
Yeah, theirs looks way better than mine. First off, theirs looks way better than mine. They have similar
At
colors,
John
but
Dawsontos
it's not like one to one.
9178.
It's just not
They won't
worth
sue
it's not
you
worth
over
the
UI.
time. I doubt it. Like if I stole that's the thing though.
At John Dawsontos
Basketball is one of those
9178.
things where they can't
They will
even.
sue if systems and UI are an identical match. At EU 2430.
Yeah, if that was the case,
I
they would
don't know
sue
who shares the
Roblox, bro.
better. It's a per project thing. At John Dawsontos 9178. Yours is a roguelike, so the game's systems are proper different. At EU 2430. Yours has more variables.
Yeah,
At Dark
I don't
Squirrel
know.
7436.
I think that having
Well,
that
I
thought
just
process
like
is
to
a
play
waste.
it safe, and I also like to make stuff from scratch.
Yeah, I mean, I, again, reinventing the wheel is a necessity in some places, but in other places, bruh, you know, especially if it's not your forte, eh, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I'd argue that the UI is fine, and most people, most if not all people, would have a problem if it didn't look that way. If it looked too different. And that's the thing. How different can you make it before it's something completely different than what the players who are used to making these type of characters in these types of games would be like, what the fuck is going on here? Why am I clicking through three menus to change my attribute rarity? Because I did have a different UI layout that had no, you know what I'm saying? It was no sliders or anything like that. The
At
sliders are on the side. You
E2430,
had buttons and shit.
you can always go back and change it when you find a
Run a
better
better layout.
layout.
Yeah. Honestly, I think the layout is fine. Like the
At
actual
John Dosantos
layout is fine. I think the
9178.
design just needs to change. Like
Bro, you're
art,
alright,
the
don't
art
stress
behind
about
it.
it, man.
Oh yeah, I'm not stressed. I'm.
At John Dosantos
It's Squirrel that's
9178.
stressed for some reason.
They just overthinking it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. The Squirrel's like panicking about some shit that probably will never happen, slowing me down. Yeah, Squirrel, get the fuck out of here with that scared ass thought process, man.
At Dark Squirrel
I look forward to somebody
7436.
suing me, bro. I
Well,
look
I
forward to
tested
it.
all the replication methods for those 20k actors and it turns out my new method is far superior compared to the built-in systems. It's 30 milliseconds vs 10 milliseconds for 2 players.
That's good. Yeah, you getting me fucking sidetracked over here. Meanwhile, you working. You just over
At
here
Dark
dropping a
Squirrel
bomb and working and shit. Let me work.
7436. Alright, I'ma head out.
All
At
right, take it easy.
EU2430. We love Squirrel, bro. It's good to think about.
Fuck that. I try not to think about
At
anything negative.
EU2430. Now if this was Nintendo, it'd be a different story.
Probably so,
At
yeah.
Dark Squirrel 7436. I was joking.
Cap. Oh, about you heading out? Oh.
At John Dosantos
I thought you were talking
9178.
about you were joking about that
Yeah, do you wanna
the
see the
whatchamacallit.
RDR2 style NPC interaction system I built?
RDR. Oh, you talking about your plugin? Yeah, you can post it in the Discord. I'll look at it later. Net serialized simulated doesn't need to be on here. Two string interpolate. I really need. Oh yeah, we do need a two string because sometimes shit be confusing. This doesn't need to be overwritten.
At John
Waste of time.
Dosantos 9178. I'll post it in the Discord.
Yeah, looking forward to it. That's what you've been working on for like the past couple months. I want to say total
At Dark Squirrel
frames.
7436. Nah, I still think you could make it look better and more distinct while keeping the simplicity, just changing the colors and the way the progress bars look. At John Dosantos 9178. LOL, I just checked and looks like GTA 6 is using the exact RDR2 style interaction system. At John
Are
Dosantos
you gonna get
9178.
sued?
Nah, I had a massive surgery done.
Oh shit. You think you're gonna get sued now? Uh, what is
At John
this?
Dosantos 9178.
C equals
I've
yeah,
been
that's right.
working on the plugin for like only an hour a day max.
Oh, nice. And you already done? You're the goat. Um, do we want to lerp this? No, I don't think we do. If no, actually, we can do this easier. Frames equals
At
cents
EU2430.
less
You need a level 3
than.
on server boosts for the custom linked, you're cooked.
I know,
At
bro. I'm
EU2430.
level 1.
I put some boosts in there.
I put 3 boosts in there too so I can get the tag. But yeah, they crazy as hell. But I guess this for people who've monetized their whatchamacallit. Ooh. I guess that's like I said for people who've monetized being a part of their Discord server. So eventually I'll spend the money for it. Like when I'm trying to do more marketing stuff, I'll spend the money for it and make it easier for people to join the Discord. Merge. I forgot
At
how this
John
function
Dosantos
goes. Should
9178.
reconcile.
It's not fully complete. I plan on building a full-on NPC open world system with wanted system and everything.
So you're gonna make like You know that one thing on Fab that's $1,500 from Ruben Ward. The what's it called? Narrative. Are you building something like that? Like a basically like a fully decked out sample project, or is it s- certain functionality? Because the way it sounds like it's about to be a whole. Like if you're doing AI and interaction and all this stuff, it sounds like that's about to be a whole, like basically a sample project. Because you kind of got to show off how it gets used. I don't know.
At John
Where
Dosantos
is this merge
9178.
from? I saw this
Yeah,
somewhere.
but not for a RPG.
It's for like a GTA style game or like a open world style. Do I have merge in here? Fuck, I forgot how that function looks. I think
At John Dosantos 9178. It's for a GTA style system, so
hmm
building linear missions.
nice. This. Oh, I just hard said that motherfucker like that. Yeah, technically that's what I want. I mean,
At John Dosantos 9178. With world interactions and stuff, and a proper weapon system.
yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah, I don't know. Sounds like you're building the game, brother. Are you gonna sell it on Fab? I always
At
think
John
that those types of
Dosantos
things are
9178. I'm also building
like
Last of Us
basically.
Part 2 style enemy AI that flanks the player properly and has callouts etc.
Oh, so you're making like small little pockets of functionality that you can drop into your if you want GTA style missions, boom, right there. You want Last of Us style AI, boom, drop this in there. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think that could work. I don't know how many people buy stuff on Fab like that, but uh, since I don't know, I don't like try to gauge what the market is like. But it could be good if it looks good. Because I know, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of people use the combat framework or the I think it's ACF. So a lot of people use that kind of stuff. So if it looks good and it solves problems, I think it'll sell. I
At
still
Dark
think
Squirrel 7436. I myself hate making NPCs, I just prefer stuff like messing around with the replication graph.
AI is actually not too bad. With State Tree, I mean, I know you don't like State Tree. You probably uh dislike State Tree because you're so used to doing it the other way. But with State Tree, AI is actually like really nice to work with. Like you just have little pockets of functionality that you write into a
At
fucking
John Dosantos
task, and it's just really good.
9178. Yeah, so basically you get a whole bunch of systems for making high quality NPCs, and I'm going to have it be fully mass framework by the end, so that it
Ooh.
scales to hundreds of characters.
Mm. Yeah, that'll
At
be
Ela
fire.
2430. Making them look and feel realistic is a different conversation though. At John
Yeah,
Dosantos
that's a
9178.
whole different
Yet I use state
that's a
tree
whole
in
different
state
lane
tree
though.
tasks. It's fucking amazing to be honest.
Like making them look and
At
feel
Dark
realistic.
Squirrel
That's like more the art stuff.
7436. Nah, I hate UI because it's very expensive on the CPU and I will go down a rabbit hole trying to optimize the shit out of it.
State Tree. Yeah, for
At
for
Dark
your game. Yeah,
Squirrel
for most games it's fine.
7436.
Oh, AI.
AI asterisk.
Yeah, I think I'm
At
ready to start actually
E2430.
designing
Is
these
it
in the
more so
editor.
art?
Yeah, like making them look and feel good, because really all they are is just like AI at their core, it just points moving and and interacting with other points in the world. And so making them look and feel good is more like having like good animations for when they're interacting with stuff or when they're talking or when like in the Lyra, not the Lyra, but the new gas shit, like having good reaction animations to getting punched and stuff like that, and get up animations looking good. That's more art than functionality. Like if you make it to where the functionality is there, where okay, if you get hit, play a montage. That montage that looks good in terms of like on the function side. That's perfect. But the player looking at in the montage is some
At
shitty
John
ass
Dosantos
montage.
9178.
That's where it starts to look
Like
bad. You
making
get what I'm
them
saying?
talk to each other and stuff. Thing is state tree makes it easy to author those behaviors.
Yeah.
Restream.io.
Let me see if I can compile. I think I
Congratulations.
forgot. I think I
You've
forgot two
received
things.
100 messages today with Restream chat.
Nice.
At EU2430. Yeah, I guess so. But there's also multiple layers of complexity in state transitions an AI could have.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where state tree comes in handy though. Hierarchical state machine, like being able to
At John Dosantos
nest.
9178.
If this
A
happens,
lot of
this happens,
people's
this happens, this happens.
NPC AI sucks because they don't watch GDC. Naughty Dog do very detailed breakdowns about how to make believable NPC AI.
So is that what you talking about, EW? Like making the AI function like a real person would? Is that what you mean by look and feel good? Because when I think look and feel good, I'm thinking about like the actual
At EU2430.
display of
Yet
them.
essentially.
Yeah. So like making them actual. I don't know if that's look and feel good. What's a better way to say that? Making them operate well. I don't know. It's more of that's more of a functionality thing
At
than looks to
EU2430.
me. What is
Just to do
this?
actions that feel authentically human.
To
At
make
Dark
them to
Squirrel
make them more authentic.
7436.
Yeah, that's a
My
difference.
Ace are
That's
fully
what
made with a global
that's the way
actor
that
that
sentence
then
needs to go.
determines their state with enums that work
Oh
like
yeah,
state
that's what I forgot.
machines.
So yeah, to make them more authentic is a different story. So that's a better way to say that. That to where it makes sense. I need to implement two functions here, I think, which is get max stamina. Do I have that here?
At John Dosantos 9178. Naughty
Where's
Dog break
stamina?
down how to make them talk, do detailed animations, and choreograph their actions clearly to the player to feel human.
Yeah, I haven't watched that GDC talk because I haven't gotten too much into AI. I think I watched one
At Dark
for
Squirrel
Watchdogs.
7436. Yeah, the worst part about AI is really making it all work as intended for all edge cases. At EU2430. What's the Naughty Dog talk called? At
No
John
idea.
Dosantos 9178. They have like 5 GDC talks.
Stamina recharge rate, and then charge fuse time. And I will do this like this so that it's in the right spot. Yeah. Okay.
At
Now we
John
just gotta
Dosantos 9178.
implement these functions.
Authored versus Systemic, Finding a Balance for Combat AI in Uncharted 4.
Let's stop recording. It's been 2 hours. I should have enough clips for whatever I want to do there. There's a lot of conversation about getting sued in there. That could be good.
At EU2430.
Max stamina.
Okay, I see
That's
that
what this
one,
is.
thank you.
That's what this is supposed to be. So this is actually here. Oops. Good lord. Here. And then this should be based on the sync state. This might need the current state of the world, but it's fine. Here you have the actual current sync state like this. It's just yuck. Um, if f sync state
At John Dosantos
stamina.
9178. My dialogue system on the NPC is a state tree. At EU2430. I wanted to roll my own AI transitions thing, I'll try state trees out since you guys are glazing it. At Dark Squirrel
No, stay
7436.
true is good, bro.
Off-topic question: how the hell do you guys think they made Fortnite run 50k replicated actors for 100 connections? I implemented a custom node that's 3 times faster than the built-in nodes and still. At John Dosantos 9178.
Iris.
Nah, state tree is magic. At Dark Squirrel
They
7436.
used Iris.
It's far from getting there. At John Dosantos 9178. I even have a full-on day and night system with NPC routines running through state tree.
Yeah, Fortnite's using Iris, bro. Return stamina. That. Oh shit, it's private. Ooh.
At Dark Squirrel 7436. Nah, but before Iris they were using rep graph.
Yeah.
At EU
They might
2430.
have been. They
I
might have
simply
been.
replicate relative to world partition, and use net frequency close to what LODs do.
They might have. I mean, there's a reason they paid a fucking programmer to. They paid two
At John
basically
Dosantos
geniuses to make
9178. Also, this
Iris
is
for a
designed
reason.
for multiplayer games.
So they probably saw something. They probably saw something for what you saw. They probably saw what you saw, and of course, them knowing about RepGraph, they were probably actually able to make it run fast enough to where they can. Because if I'm not mistaken, uh, Fortnite servers run at 20 hertz, bro. That's a shit ton of frame time. Like if you think about what 30 frames is 33 milliseconds for a server, like that's not rendering, that's a lot of time. So they run they shit at 20. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's 20. So like what you think is bad performance is actually not bad. It's just that you need the performance to be like astronomically good because you're trying to do something different. But yeah, you gotta think if you got damn near 40 milliseconds of frame time, you can afford uh, half of your frame time being the net driver replicating
At
shit.
Dark Squirrel 7436. Yeah, my servers also run at 20 Hz, but I wanna put multiple servers in a single machine. At EU
Yeah,
2430.
that's true. They can afford
Also,
that
yeah,
egress.
with rep graphs, you're not doing individual checks. At John Dosantos 9178. Fortnite can also afford the egress.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, we gotta put stamina
At Dark Squirrel
recharge.
7436. Also in my game you won't have 20k actors replicating to you at the same time, this was me trying to break the system.
Okay. Can we go anywhere from 5 to 25? We'll play with these numbers. This is something that you can edit in the editor. And is this based on the stamina? Yeah, I guess it's based on stamina. That's fine. The higher your stamina, the better it'll recharge, the bigger
At
it'll
EU
be. Like just
2430.
overly
I
good.
literally just think it's a combination of those three things. Rep graphs, spatial dormancy and frequency, and some type of intelligent sleeping functionality.
Probably, yeah. There's one more function I'm missing. Get charge fuse time. Do this, and then where's my need a recharge rate for charges? Yeah, tackle radius. I'm gonna do the same thing, 5 to 25, because I don't actually know what these values need to be yet. And then there is a fuse time. So, in my, I think
At
we'll go anywhere from,
EU2430. Do you need to replicate something an actor can't see? Do you need to replicate an actor in the same frequency when it's at the limit of the player's spatial range? At EU2430. Questions like those are probably your first principles. At DarkSquirrel7436. Yet I just implemented a replication bucket that only replicates 500 actors per connection per node, and I feel like it will work just fine for my game, but I would love to peek at Fortnite source.
yeah, good luck at that. Good luck with that. Trying to get a fucking internship. They're not even letting people get internships over there. What am I looking at here? This is the recharge. Tag a recharge range. My God, come on. Okay. And let me see here. There's one more. Oh yeah. Um, the event data knockback requests. I'm no longer doing these anymore. So we'll get out of that. Fine. Cancel smart move. Okay. Okay. I
At
think we should be able to
EU2430.
get into the editor. How
I
long
would
have I been
assume
streaming?
something like, a tree being net dormant until a user goes and hits it, would be a simple example.
Yeah, they had a talk where they talked about that. How the each actor is dormant until you interact with it. Like
At
uh the trees and stuff like that.
DarkSquirrel7436.
The stuff that you can
At
farm.
EU2430. Yet I know, in my game it's all well configured to that I only replicate what is necessary.
My goodness, what are we doing here? Knockback
At John
info
Dosantos 9178. How much longer you're going to stream for?
until 4. What?
At EU2430.
What,
Nice.
what is
Squirrel,
this?
when can I play test bro? At DarkSquirrel7436.
6 to
In my game the
stream.
trees aren't actors until you destroy them, then I replicate the instance ID of the ism and hide it.
Oh yeah, that's right. Pending knockback requests. Do I care about this function right now? I kind of just want to mess with the trait UI, but this does need to be done. Essentially, the this is no longer. I think what I was doing here was I was actually on the frame that I made contact. I cached the locations of all of the actors, and I think I checked. I think right here we're checking the distance from my location. If it's greater than this value, that means that I couldn't have possibly hit him. Um,
At
but
DarkSquirrel7436.
technically,
At
this is kind of wrong.
EU2430. Once I managed to get the game on Steam, right now I'm on a balancing spree trying to make everything perfect.
Let me think here. So the way that this will work now is I'm
At
not necessarily going
EU2430.
for a knockback.
That sounds good.
Uh, yeah, this is now F knockback info, and then we're not actually going to do a distance check here. This is applying this to the input. This is adding this to the input, but what it should do is it actually should tell, yeah, this was like a two-layered thing. So there was like a two-frame delay on when this should actually happen. Basically, this should tell this mover component to apply instant uh an effect in this. Basically, this whatever this was doing, because essentially this input existing probably meant that I was going to apply an effect anyways. Like I said, the way that I did this was the lack of information that I had for. Wait, what are we doing? Why is there two of these? If we request a knockback on other players, client prediction. What is this one for then? If this is on ourselves, we need to add
At EU
input to
2430.
ourselves to trigger our own
I'm puzzled
knockback
on something.
if somebody hit
I'm
us. Oh,
working
okay,
on a
okay. If somebody
real-time
hit
desert
me.
type sim on a game. I
Okay.
tried using Houdini but was stumped on how I'd even start something like this real time. Should I just use Niagara? At EU 2430. I've never really went into Niagara so I don't know how deep it can go.
I don't. Me neither, bro. I did take a tutorial for Niagara, but I that shit that I was doing was surface level. Niagara's actually like apparently it's really good. I don't know what you're trying to do, like if it's more of a visual
At
thing,
Dark Squirrel
but apparently
7436.
it's like really good for
Niagara
like
can go pretty deep.
yeah, that shit is like almost like a whole different type of programming style. If I'm not mistaken, it's a more of a data oriented design
At
than
John Dawsantos
um
9178.
object oriented.
At EU 2430 you should always check for talks on the things you want to use. At EU 2430. Imagine Dune the movie but real time.
Doing the movie but real time as a game. Are you talking about just like the sandstorm or some shit? I'm not a fan of this function.
At
I'm
John
going to rewrite
Dawsantos
this function. We do need to
9178.
get all of the players,
Wait. At John Dawsantos
but
9178.
from here we need to
I know a plugin for you.
for here we need to get all of the components. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this, but this is still good. But this would be the next frame after it's in the input, and in one frame. I mean, yeah,
At
technically
John
they should still be in
Dawsantos
the same spot unless they like
9178.
jump somewhere.
Go have a look at Fluid Ninja. At EU
Oh yeah,
2430. Yeah, the sandstorm and also the interaction when the user walks. It's super easy in Houdini but I don't know how to do it for real time. I've seen a plugin called Ninja Fluid or something, I might try it. At EU
yeah.
2430. Yeah, that one.
Let me think about this. I need honestly, I need to do this on a mutable mover component because we need to tell this component to apply whatever this does right here. Because I know that I just have a feeling that this is being used somewhere to. What is this? Where are you being used at? Apply knockback, movement, transition, apply knockback. Oh, oh, oh shit. Yeah, that's not necessary anymore, I don't think. But let's look in this movement mode. Ah, so I did it through a movement mode. Mm, it's not doing anything though. Grounded. Okay. Yeah, that's. I don't think that's used. Where's my other shit for knockback?
At Dark
Yeah.
Squirrel
Oh, I
7436.
bypassed this shit. That's why.
Ninja
This
Fluid is
this code
pretty
never
good.
ran.
If you want an example of a sandstorm, take a look at Ark Survival Evolved Scorched Earth Storms.
Yeah, this never ran. So essentially, what we're doing is we are iterating over all of the player characters, getting their mover components,
At
and
EU
checking to
2430.
see and
Yes,
getting all
Squirrel, that's
their
an
move
inspiration of mine.
movement requests here. So don't add players that don't have a request in their sync state. Okay. So all of these guys have but honestly, the way that Chaos Move will work is that this is always here. Um, so if not request continue, or if we have the request and the request dot target is empty. And then when we iterate over these mover components, we get the request from their sync state. Ugh, God, I fucking hate that. Um, so This is that move components. Why do I have this here? Oh, this is their default sync state, so I can get where they are. Then we iterate over these targets. And
At Dark Squirrel
are we looking to see?
7436. Yeah, from what I know about Niagara, the effect is local, like it's just around the player and it's basically a shit ton of particles
You
going
know what?
around in circles.
Instead of doing
At
that,
Dark
here, let me
Squirrel
grab.
7436.
So
Another good one
my
is Arc Raiders Storms.
this would be my index, my capsule index equals. Where's my mover component at? Get mover component. That updated component. We need to get the physics objects. Oh, okay. We gotta actually gotta do this the hard way because that is not up. Oh, they should have it as a primitive, right? As primitive updated component. Come on. Oh, there's a typo. Nice. You primitive. I want to get the physics body setup. Return the body setup for this instance. Single body owner. That is not what I'm looking for. I need to body setup GUID. I need the actual physics object. Can I do that from the? Because I need the physics handle, I think. Get body instance A6 physics tick handle. What is that? Return the tick handle for a tick event. Hmm. How do I get this? I know I do this somewhere. I do this when I try to grab the game ball. Get body instance. That's what it's called. Uh, huh. What is? And then I can get the physics handle from that. And I'm pretty sure from this physics handle we can actually get the index. Nope. I need the physics. Hmm. I need the physics index. I think that's what I'm storing. What is this in? Mode. Charge. I am storing the. Oh, I need to get rid of this now. I actually need this code uh, for what I'm doing now. I store the physics object, which is the F object physics object handle body index. Isn't that what I'm fucking looking at right now? Am I high? Physics actor handle. I need the physics body handle. Okay. Is there a way to get the body handle? Come on, dude. It's the actor handle. Come on, dog. Hmm. I think I can use this to. I think I can use the physics read interface, and I can use this guy if I'm not mistaken. I've done this before for get ball. It's like get orientation or something like that. Let me look for this. Oh no, come on. Get dot product from ball orientation, which passing a physics object, physics actor handle. This is what I need to do. Need to get the particle, get the particles handle. Actually, I don't think that's good either, to be honest with you. Uh, what does this particle have? Does it have an index? It should have the index on it, bro. Index? That's probably not good. Damn it. How do I get the physics body from this? It's too good. Probably gotta ask AI. Where does this come from? Physics object handle. This is the physics object not exposed to blueprint for the time being. Like, is there a way to get this? Math physics object. It doesn't make any sense why the physics actor doesn't have that same, like, I guess there's no inheritance there. Hmm. Where's my code out? Yes, it makes no sense why this guy doesn't have. It's a single particle physics proxy, and there's no way to get the. I did see. Hold on, index on here. There is an index. It's just not the same name. What what was the name of this function? Maybe it's deeper. This is the rigid body handle. We can only do this on the physics thread, which is probably not. That's not where we are. We're on the game thread, right there. Son of a gun, dude. Particle handle. Okay, I gotta go to it. I gotta Google it. I don't know. Oh, jeez. Okay. What? Physics handle component? What are we talking about? Yeah, that's trying to get something else. I guess I gotta type in the fucking F. Better than I am. So this points to a single particle physics process you can obtain associated with the physics. You can obtain the associated physics object or object handle via the proxy or body setup functions depending on your engine version. So from body instance, get physics object. Is that there? I literally I did not see that. Body instance returns a f body instance. There's an instance body index, which might be good. The index of this body, that's the actual body instance. So, uh, what did it say? Get physics object? Object. Yeah, that doesn't exist. What else do you got for me? I also use the physics object interface, where the actor's underlying particle resolves to the physics object. Physics object interface. Read. Uh, this takes a physics object handle. It looks like all these take a physics object handle. That's the thing. Like it's reading the physics object. My idea might not work. Mm, mm, mm. Physics actor handle. Why wouldn't that point to the actual body though? I don't know why they did that. Kind of weird. So container for the physics representation of an object. And I'm thinking that this has every physics body in it, not just if it doesn't, then I can just use this. I can just use this instance body index right here. So this is the index, this body instance within the skeletal mesh or the physics asset. And it's index none if a single body component. Okay, that's not right. Um, I'm looking. What's this? Oop, there's an enum. Why the fuck there's not an E in front of that? And these are private. Son of a gun. Uh, we made history after history after history. For the mommy ain't no calling me. My fucking ways on me. It's just a state. Okay, I guess I gotta backtrack from this is gonna be stupid. I gotta backtrack from this index to see how it gets set, which means I gotta look at all this template and shit. Y'all about to see how many templates Epic uses for everything. Damn. Template
At John
jungle.
Dos Santos 9178.
Where's this at?
And the best use of state tree is for a quest or mission system. It makes managing states so damn easy, man.
That message seems late as fuck, Juan. I feel like we stopped talking about state tree like 45 minutes ago. What are you talking about, dude? We're talking about state trees, dude. Man, fuck stuff. I like state tree. I'm looking forward to my time with it if I actually get to spend some time in it. I ain't gonna lie to you. Especially now since a lot of my stuff is like really friendly for okay. F physics object pointer. Now where the fuck do you get set at?
At John Dos Santos 9178. LOL, I went to take medication.
You want to go pop a perk. Set ID. Physics object interface. This is the only place this gets called. But you need a const physics object handle. Is there a way to do this to get the ID of something with the actor? Here, let's look for F physics actor. No, fuck. And it doesn't seem like there's a physics actor interface. God, you gotta be kidding me, dude. So this is one of the
At John
places.
Dos
This is
Santos
one of the
9178.
edge cases where AI is
I'm in a
wrong.
third world country, LOL, we don't have those.
Oh, y'all don't got Percocets? That's good, man. I've seen people on Percocets. Weird people. Percocet, want one? Oh, you don't do perks? You don't know that meme.
At
That meme.
John Dos
That meme
Santos
probably doesn't even show in your country.
9178. We have Xanax though.
Zans, man. Downers, bro. Yuck. Okay. I need to go back to the physics backend. This is actually disappointing because I was basing some functionality on the fact that this would be possible, but this doesn't give me an index whatsoever, so I can't compare this thing to the ID that I passed through the sync state. And I don't think there's anything else like what is this U body setup shit? I feel like this is just the shapes and stuff. Yeah, this is like the shape information. I'm getting hungry. Mm, what can I do with this physics actor handle? Like it feels like I can't do anything with it. It's like I'm locked. Better than I can. Yeah. Skeet. So this is the game thread API. Set particle ID. Can I get particle ID? Come on. User data. Maybe. It might be in there. Wait, let's go back to set particle ID. So it gets the particle low level, sets this. Oh my God, what the fuck? Is this in the user data? Set particle ID. It looks like this is queued. Modify particle ID. Auto reference of data. Here we go. Down the uffin rabbit hole. Where's your body handle? Bro, didn't I just okay. Piss me off. Where does this get this from? F particle non-frequent data. I, you know what? We just gotta do a test to see if that's the one. So we need to get the game thread API and then get or particle ID. Well, no, I just saw it. Where did I find that? Uh, maybe mystery at the history. Yeah, right here. Where is this at? Get particle low level. Is this a function that I can call? It is public. Get particle low level and then particle ID. Come on. Oh, they hating on you, boy. Why is that not here, bro? Like, why is this not possible here? Like, why wouldn't I have access to getters here? My face is fucking hurting from this, yeah, ski. Well, this is how you, toggle on and off the collisions and shit from the physics thread. So this will be helpful in the future for the defensive mode. I also heard that disabling or like turning the collision actually takes it out of the so if you set something to no collision, it takes it out of the collision tree, like the query tree, and then when you turn the collision back on, it puts it in as a different ID, which is something that I got to be aware of in the future. But this is ass, bro. Why is there no way to get the ID? So pretty much this means my idea for the knockback is not gonna work. I think hold on, let me see what is that. This says something else about getting the ID, the body instance. Yeah, this is supposed to be using the user data, but is it going from hit particle? No, that's hmm. What is this code? So extracting the bridge, I need to. It says the primary bridge to map a hit physics particle back to the game thread pawn is the body instance pointer on its owning a single particle physics proxy. During a chaos sweep or collision callback on the physics thread, every hit particle holds a pointer to its body instance. Holding a raw pointer addresses inside of your sync state struct is thread safe as long as you do not dereference the game thread members while executing on the physics thread. And I think I asked, wouldn't it be better to just keep the unique ID and then parse that back to the whatchamacallit. See right here. Physics handle, get game thread, and then unique ID. I guarantee you this is not an existing thing. I'm almost 100% certain that that doesn't exist. Oh my god, it does. Holy shit. Holy moly. Let's go. Okay, gotta trust AI sometimes. Now, this is possible. This is not the safest way to do this. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is not safe at all. This is basically asking for a crash to happen. So, um, here we'll set this as an N32 for now, so that we can set it to index none. Then we gotta do a lot of nasty here. So if we have this mover component, I mean, is this a reference? This is a reference, yeah. So if we have this update component, here we could do, let's do like this, primitive. You see how you gotta think with chaos mover, dude? Shit is ass. Prim. So if we got this prim, we want to check for the prim's body instance. Um, I'm gonna just do early outs here. It's gonna be ass, but hey, is this in an array? No, not yet. Okay. Return. This doesn't have a validity thing. This is a pointer, right? It's a you. Yeah, it is a pointer. Okay. So if we don't have this, return, and then get this puppy. Okay, my index is this. Okay. Lord have mercy. We did all that so that uh, when I iterate over all of these people and I check to see if they have a knockback queue that has targets in it, we're essentially going to check if I exist in one of those queues. So we'll iterate over this and if t dot target index is not equal to my capsule index, or if my capsule index is equal to index none, because that could also be a thing that happens here. Continue. If not, we actually want to do that code um, that I wrote. Here, I'm gonna close this, and then we're gonna go to charge mode. Let me think here. We want to take this code right here, and we are doing this on our backend component. So I gotta get my simulation component or my simulation object. Okay, if we have found hit break, okay, that can stay. I don't want to use the mover component for this stuff. I'm going to end up using the simulation, wherever that is. I'm hoping that, yeah. So physics Basketball. Dude. U sim equals cast to this guy from, oops, from this guy. If we don't have this, something's completely wrong. It's gonna be const because I don't need to do anything. Actually, you know what? I actually do want to do some stuff on there. So we will use the sim here for these. And the velocity is actually in our, in this guy. It's t dot hit normal. And then we go here and we want to say sim. Now I know this is not on a physics thread. We'll use the server frame to schedule never a time because the chaos mover is always in async mode. If not, but this runs on the game thread, this function, and that's the only way I'm able to access. So I might end up just doing it on the mover component. It'll be easier. This might be a const reference. Q Q. Yep. Uh-oh. Hold on. Q instant movement effect. Mhm. I don't really care too much about. Just want to do this code here. Don't care about that. Huh? Yeah. I mean, we're already pretty much checking. Um, we're checking to see if this capsule is, or this index is equal to the one that's in one of these targets. It is true. Break. And if we finally hit break out of this loop, because we've settled, we only want to apply one hit to ourselves. And then here, check if we request a knockback of other players, which technically the client doesn't run this. They could though. The client could do this. I think that it would reduce the amount of rollbacks because if the server applies the hitback, if the server only applies the knockback, the client won't predict the knockback, even though, like I said, everybody's moving on the same timeline. So even if I know if I trace this guy, he is where he is, unless uh like I've predicted him wrong. And if I predicted him wrong, then I'll roll back anyways.
At
So
John
I might as
Alcantara
well.
9178.
Are you
Are you
using
using
mutable
mutable
for
for
your
your
character
character
customization?
customization?
Yes. I just haven't hooked up the UI to the mutable inputs. But yeah, mutable is doing all of the customization. Yeah, if the client doesn't predict this hit, they're gonna roll back, even if they were right. Like even if they would have been right, and it would be nice to not force them to roll back, even if they were right. Because if they predicted the client correctly that they hit, there's no reason to Oh yeah, so technically, te- technically this is already done right here. But yeah, if a client is predicting correctly, I don't want to try to use server authoritative stuff to, I guess, because there's no reason to make it server authoritative. It because if that pawn is not where the server has it, the client will roll back the simulation and replay the simulation with the correct information. But if I don't predict, I get forced on a rollback no matter what. So if I predict and I'm right, then when the server does the hit and you know all the shit lines up, um, everything should be good. But no, maybe that will be wrong. Maybe I should just let the server do it. Even though we are, well, yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's fine to let the client predict it. So I'm gonna go back here and I have this under authority. So I'm just gonna remove this from authority. And if the data is wrong, the client will roll back with the right data in their input data, and then they'll redo all of this stuff again. Actually, this might not run. This might not run in, during rollbacks. Oh fuck! I don't think this runs during rollbacks because during a rollback uh, uh you don't generate new inputs. Ooh, that might be bad. That might lead to a lot of stuff being wrong, actually. If I'm not mistaken, this function doesn't run during a rollback. Uh, I wish they would leave information about that here. Yeah, it would be nice to know that. I want to say that it doesn't, because I read somewhere that you don't produce input during a rollback. Your input gets locked. Let's see if there's something on Google. I don't think it runs, which means that there will be an edge case where rolling back won't be correct. What's good, Niles? No, it does not run during a rollback. Inputs are generated only once during forward execution and cached inside the network physics input history buffer. I don't know how right this is. Um, for simulation during a normal forward tick, produce input data fires to read the player's controller hardware inputs. That might not be right. And hold on, let me see where this gets called from. So I think network physics might be a little bit different. On inject inputs external. Maybe they have some information on this. It's an override. Uh, hold on. Callback API used for executing code at different points in the simulation. The external thread pushes input data at its own rate, typically once per game thread tick. The internal thread consumes the relevant input based on timestamps. For example, if a physics step is at 40 milliseconds and we tick the game thread at 20 milliseconds, the call will receive 2 inputs per callback, assuming the data was pushed every game thread tick. For example, you could apply a force to an object based on how close the object is to the ground. Wait, hold on. It says a callback can generate one output to be consumed by the external thread. For example, you can apply a force to an object based on how close the object is to the ground. In this case, the game thread may want to know how much force was applied. I don't know what that edge case is. This API is also used for resimulating. Because of this, the input data is const and its lifetime is maintained by the internal thread. It is expected that callbacks are pure in the sense that they rely only on the input data and affect the simulation in a repeatable and deterministic way. We rely on this to cache results and skip callbacks when possible during a resim. See functions for more details. Okay. On inject inputs is the one that gets called here. Call before the physics task is dispatched from the game thread. Last call to produce async inputs in. It doesn't say whether or not it doesn't say whether or not this is called during a rollback. A common pattern is to use a single producer single consumer thread safe queue to manage this. Note that allocation is done on an external thread and freeing is done in an internal one. What the fuck? Call before async inputs are marshaled over to the physics thread. Last call to alter already produced async inputs. Last call to alter already produced async inputs. So this is called before the async inputs are marshaled to the physics thread. So is this where I should be calling shit? Oh wait, it says enable when. Wait, what? Enable when F network physics callback no longer calls this. I'm confused. Uh, so something like this could could be run on post mover finalize because that's like a game thread spot as well. So I might move that to there. I honestly might move all of this shit to post. So at the end of the frame, everything gets updated for the next frame, if that makes sense. Bro. There needs to be someone that you can talk to about this shit, bro. This is not like something that you can just understand without like asking questions from someone who's like used this shit. Because this might be valid. Like this might be a valid place to do this. But it might also not be. It might also be a trash place to do this shit. But it is on the game thread, and then that's why I'm using it. Um, I think this is where I believe this is where where they do this local sim input. But this is local, so this is not something that. Ooh, oh, if they do this, a lot of shit is based on this. Like a lot of shit is based on this data. So if they don't do this in a rollback, and I'm thinking of an edge case where we change the gravity and that gravity didn't get changed on the client, right? So the gravity acceleration changed from whatever it is, negative 980 to negative 1200 on the server only. Maybe somebody hit us with a fucking lead. Whenever they bump us, we turn into lead or some shit. Um, if that happens on the server and we roll back to the frame where uh let's say we roll back to a frame where we don't call this. If we never call this, we'll never get in sync with the server. Because that's my thought process. If we use this sim inputs gravity in the calculation that does that handles the movement, which is if you look in the chaos mover code, they use this everywhere. So if this doesn't run during a rollback, that means we would never get back in sync with the server if that was the case. So I'm pretty sure this runs during a rollback. I could test it by checking the time step. That'd be the easiest way to check it. I'll just do this right here, just for sanity's sake. So if time step dot, no, come on, dude, come on, it's just a capital I. You know what that is. Time step dot is resimulating. We'll just do a little log here. Log Hmm. Yeah, so I can stop stressing about it because I'm over here stressing that it might not work when it probably does. Okay, so again with this same thing, we iterate over all of our targets, then we iterate over the mover components and make sure that it's not us. But one thing we could do is we just need to, well, we can just say if, since we already have this, if the t dot index, actually, will we ever be in here? I don't think we would ever be in our own thing. So yeah, it's still good to check here. It's still good to check here because we'll have our own mover component inside of here. Get where they are, their location. I don't think this matters anymore. So if the distance is greater than 200, continue. Um, if we are too far from each other, don't do it. And then this is old code, but we need to get their index the same way we got it up here. Is this for me? No, this client prediction. Okay, and we need to have targets. Uh-huh. Get this from this guy. Yep, yep, yep. And then we want to say target index here, and it's gonna be const if this target index is equal to index none, or if t dot target index is not equal to target index, continue, because this is not the person that we want to apply this to. And then we do that. Boom. Knockback velocity. Okay, this needs to be this exact code right here. Yep. And hold the phone. Here, we actually need to get the other person's, we need to get the other person's value for this. So, um, where are they at? This is me. This is applying it to myself, but yeah, we need, oh, so this could be cons, can it? We don't do anything to that mover component, I think. Yeah. Yeah, we need to get the, whatchamacallit. Actually, get basketball simulation should be there. Oh, is it not const? Oh, this is fuck. This is a mover component. Son of a gun. Okay. You basketball mover component. Wait, it is I before the E, right? Put the I before the E except after C. Am I tripping? I thought the rules put the I before the E except after C. Or there's another part to that though. There's another part to that that I'm probably missing. What is that? Whatchamacallit? That full thing. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. It's the same to help you remember. Okay, so we have that, and we need their sim. And since this data is all replicated, so I should know what their knockback is, and I can apply it to myself. Even though technically, I'm gonna be honest with you, technically I'd never be able to client predict my own knockback if I'm being honest. So I should just skip this code. I'll never be able to predict my own client knockback because if somebody knocks me back, I'm still 5 frames ahead. Like I'm still 5 frames ahead of the server. So I'll never be able to like client predict it. I could roll back and replay the shit. Um, but I guess if I do roll back and I get the sync state for the frame that I got hit, this hopefully would run and I would be able to apply the instant effect, but I might double apply that bit. Uh, yeah, I'm not too sure about this. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not 100% sure on how this would work, but I didn't see too many. I didn't see too many weird shits happening when we was doing like when you get hit, it was like not rubber bandy at all. So I want to say that um oh I know why that worked though. The reason that worked was because the um the hit effect was applied in the movement mode. So if I'm predicting another person's movement when I'm stepping through their movement mode, I'm the one person. I'm the one that is stepping through their movement, tracing for myself, and like if that makes sense to you guys, I'm the one that's running that code locally too. So I was able to predict my own hit because I'm running the code that traces for me to apply the hit. But since I don't do that through the movement mode anymore, I kind of think that this does need to be done that way. Because in the same edge case, um, I don't know if I'm writing. That could be, oof, God, that could be terrible. I don't know if my forward predicted simulation is writing to the other player's sync states. Like if I'm doing the same thing that I do for my own sync state, like when I get the writable version of the struct and I update the data. I don't know if I do that when I run. I guess in my mind, I guess I am because in for predicted mode, you run all of the code. Like you basically run all the code locally. And that's why it's heavier on the CPU. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's cool. Year C, what's up? Yeah, we'll go with that. Should be able to compile. I wasted an hour on that, pretty much. God damn, my mom, my wife texting the fuck out of me. 15 messages? Okay, that was cap. Let me see when Shouty get off. I think she gets off at 6. Oh, come on. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, dude. This is not exported. This function. Is it a pointer? Yeah, it's a pointer. Okay, that's fine. Moving mode charge. Hmm. Why would they not export that? Come on, Epic, or maybe no. I definitely. Where is this at? Physics object.h, which is in experimental. Whoa, chaos is still experimental. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm including that in my whatchamacallit. So that should be there. Don't tell me this function is not available. Does that mean I can't access this function either? What? I don't know. I don't know why that. I got an unresolved external symbol for that. Okay, that worked. I don't know why I got an unresolved external symbol for the is valid function, but not the get body index function. Is that not weird? Oh, because the implementation is in the C++ file, and this implementation is in the header file. Oh, okay. And I probably don't have chaos in the private includes, or I don't have the. Is that right? I don't have chaos in my private includes. Nah, that can't be right. I do. It's right there. So yeah, I don't know what that is. I guess it has to be exported if the function is implemented in C++. LeBron. I wish that was LeBron James in the server. Okay. Now, so I'll spend the rest of the day just making the data containers for the for the traits that I already have in mind. And this way I can start seeing what the UI looks like when they exist. And so basically what we'll do with the UI is the traits will be there, and when you change like when you change your attributes, the traits will change their rarity level. What is this other type that's not loading? It should be the build config. Um, yeah, I guess I can compile that. It's CPP changes. Okay, so we need to make whatever this is, whatever in here, it needs to be a scroll box, vertical box. It's got this border in it, and then yeah, I need to add a spacer in a scroll box. I still don't know why I have two of these. Fill this, and then do a little wrap box. Fill, and we want these to be from the center. Then let's just make a little widget. We'll need two different types of widgets. I'll probably use this mm, it needs to be like simple. Like just an icon of what the shit is. Um it should be I'll probably make it from scratch. It's, the only other example I have is this guy, I think. This info decorator. That's kind of like the only other example. I'll just make one. Widget blueprint. W rate icon. Alright. Excuse me. Overlay. Mm, desired. Desire. Dun, 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 dun. Mm, mm. Okay, now that song's stuck in my head. Da-da-da. This shit is so crazy. All right, we're gonna go for
At EU 2430.
do 128.
It's surprising how seemingly deep you can get into technical art before you realize you haven't touched programming in weeks. LOL.
Nah, facts. Nah, for real. Oh my God, dude. I was looking at trim sheets yesterday, and I almost bought a course for that shit because uh Monk is making his own game. So I'm like, once I see somebody doing that, bro, I know that I know as a person who's making my own game that I can't focus on two things at the same time. So like, I'm trying to learn how to do that shit just so that I don't have to wait on his timing to do it. Like, of course, I still like task him out and ask him to do stuff and stuff, but I want to learn how to do it so that I can do that shit myself. And I was looking at like how much work goes into the planning, the research, like the finding the reference material, and then actually I think I gotta learn like Substance Designer, or I gotta learn Instamat in a way where I can use it like Substance Designer. I own Substance Designer, so I might just use that so that I don't have to do like a
At EU
conversion layer.
2430.
But it's a lot,
Trim
bro.
sheets are complicated to me. LOL. Mainly because I don't have too much knowledge in texel density and the whys behind stuff.
Yeah,
At
so
EU
this that
2430.
course I'm talking
I
about,
need to know why I'm doing something before I do it.
yeah, the course that I'm talking about, it The only reason I didn't buy it was because it wasn't non-destructive, or it was kinda, but the he was using Substance Painter, and Substance Painter to me is
At
more manual than
EU2430.
it is.
What's a course for? Houdini?
No, it was look at the name of it. It was trim trim sheets for game artists, and I was trying to find it on Gumroad because this bitch only exists on um Flip Normals, man. And Flip Normals shut down their website. Oh shit, new Papa Meat video. But yeah, this is what I was looking at.
Hey everyone, thanks for checking out these exclusive Flip Normals tutorials. In this series, we are going to learn the what, why, and how of trim sheets that is going to get you started quickly and efficiently developing high-quality environment assets as a studio environment artist. Finding the right place to get started learning these trim sheets can be a daunting task, as there is a lot of information out there online already with a lot of different use cases. During the next 4.5 hours, we will get you familiar with the concept of trim sheets, why you'd use them and when you wouldn't, and then quickly get into planning and designing one for our own assets. We will also look at ways we can efficiently plan our workflow to appropriately and quickly address any potential design redirections in the future to keep our pipeline flexible and resourceful. By the end of the course, we will have 2 great modular environment pieces that have potentially endless use cases because of the trim sheets that we have set up for them. This course will cover modeling and unwrapping within Blender, material creation within Substance Designer, and a brief video where we author an image within Affinity Photo. Knowing your way around these or equivalent software is going to be handy as we are going to be more focused on trim sheets and their specific.
So the reason I want to use Substance Designer
At
is because it's
EU2430.
it's more
Yeah, I'm just not doing all of the LOL.
procedural. So yeah, I for me it's something that I'm thinking needs to be done. Personally, looking at the performance optimization that like basically it's an optimization thing. I want the game to run on console. I want the game to run on uh low end hardware without stressing. And part of that part of that limitation is memory. So uh, I was gonna use tileable textures and like material IDs, but then I'm getting into the shader costs, and if I do that, I can't put the game on mobile. I could do it. Don't get me wrong. Like I could go that route. I'm not thinking about mobile. I could go that route and then have a art team swap over to trim sheets for mobile for the mobile port. But I think mobile hardware is more capable than it used to be. And
At
when these were
EU2430.
getting made,
In my head, you use trim sheets for large modular environments.
yeah, it's for large, like I'll show you an example. Um, I was looking up a lot of shit about trim sheets yesterday. Where's this video at? This a good ass video right here. This what made me want to use trim sheets. I was like, yo, that's how Valorant is doing it. Because Valorant has a video that's made by a YouTuber that was like Valorant and UE5, and I was like, bro,
At
this is the
EU2430.
exact art style I want.
LOL, I saw that one.
But this is the one I'm talking about right here. So
It becomes
this is
really
not a
At
modular asset.
EU2430. That guy that teaches it has a course
So
too.
here we are in Unreal.
At EU2430. It's in Blender.
Yeah, I'm not worried. I'm not too worried about the modeling part. I care about where the the trim sheet is created. I want the trim sheet to be created in Substance Designer, and that's why I haven't. This might be good to look at. Um, that's why I haven't paid for a course or like went any deeper because I want the trim sheets to be something that's similar to Houdini. And I think Houdini has a trim sheet tool or course or tutorial series that uses trim sheets in it, but it's not like a complete thing. And I'm guessing with the new cops update that all that shit is pointless now. But yeah, this is not a modular asset. This is a singular asset, I
I just
think.
brought all my assets into the example Paragon scene that I
It
used to
might be modular. Hold on.
scene that I used to develop my lighting presets. And if you actually haven't downloaded those yet or you want to try them out, they're totally free. I'll put a link to them in the description below.
It
You can
doesn't
check
really
them out
talk
and
about the
model
modeling, I
some
don't
lighting
think.
scenes or create an
He does go into max. Oh yeah, okay, okay.
Texture, you can see that this strip here is basically the center ring here, and if I start to move my UVs around, you can see I can actually just quickly get even new designs if I wanted, something like that.
Okay, so it is a
Combine with
modular
others.
kit.
So
So yeah, it is like a modular kit like that. Yeah. But the other video I was watching, the use case is even like a singular asset. Like there was a weapon that he was showing that was using trim sheets. Like the weapon got skinned using trim sheets. And I was like, oh shit. And so that all the weapons that use that skin like all pull from the same trim sheet. And to my knowledge, if you're using a shared texture, um, that texture only gets sampled once.
W2430. Oh, skins.
Yeah.
That's cool.
The video that I was watching, it said that the reason why this technique has so many different tutorial styles is because like it doesn't have a defined edge case. Like it could be used for everything. You can use if you could find a way to unwrap your shit. Like even in this video, like he said, he unwrapped this circle and he just put it on a part of the trim sheet. Like he put it on a part of the trim sheet so that it matched the rest of the design. You get what I'm saying? Like it's not you don't have to do all strips. And then the other video that I was watching in this substance painter series, damn, where is that bitch at? There's a substance painter one from Emil Schliegers. Damn it, it's not on here. It's this course, but he actually got some free videos on the
Hello from
substance painter website. He does this in Photoshop, and this motherfucker got like decals in there where he'll and of course he shows you in the shader how to um, mask everything out and do everything properly. But he has decals and he just takes part of the UVs and puts it over the decal and is like, okay, I'm gonna put a decal right there on the mesh. And so it's basically like it's a lot more work, I would say, but the dividends you get from it is really good. That the payoff is really good. This needs a border that we don't really care what's in there. It just actually needs to be like let me make a pattern of 6 for the safe area, and it needs to be invisible. This is just how I'm going to detect the mouse cursor. And then we want an image. Now there is a shader that I have for this. I forget which one it is though. I think it's in Material Lab. Now it's whatever this one is right here. This inventory slot. It's got like a background material that holds an image. Like that's the actual, yeah, that's the actual thing. And then it takes a texture. Set brush from material, slot material. Hold on. Oh shit, maybe this doesn't take in the texture. Oh, it does. It does. Item texture. That's what it's called. And then with this, you can like I can change the background to show the rarity. We'll do that. We'll do that. Doesn't look the best, but it looks cool. It's cool enough. Okay. Where was that? Here. Boom. Come on. Is this not a UI material? There we go. Okay. Um, I fucked up. This actually needs to be, the image is a 128 by 128. I wonder if, no, because if I'm not mistaken, 2K doesn't like have text for the badges. They just, it's just a badge, isn't it? Oh, it has like an icon that shows what it is. So yeah, it's a just an icon really. Yeah, I'm guessing when you hover over it, the information probably shows up right here. So we'll do the same thing. Just an icon that fits whatever. This will have uh, first. Let me see what it looks like over here. God, that big as fuck. Probably gotta go way smaller than that. Maybe I think these are 48. We'll go. We only need these two open. We'll go 64 by 64. This should be big enough. Yeah, that should be good. And then we'll give this like 8 and 8. How many can we fit on a row? 5 maybe? Yeah, can fit 5 on the row. Nice. Probably need some padding on the top. This is where that spacer comes in. Because I don't want to lose. How much is this? Is there a spacer there? Or is that just natural? It looks like there's a spacer. Or maybe this has padding on the bottom. Yeah, 8. Eh, does this have that? It doesn't.
At EU
It's just
2430.
8.
Any Niagara tutorial recommendations?
To get started, Vince Petrelli. I think that's his name. I got about 40% of the way through, and I was able to like make some cool shit myself.
At EU 2430.
But I think that's his name, Vince
I took a
Petrelli.
couple of his courses.
He's got a lot of like tech
At EU
tech shit.
2430.
Yeah, this is him.
I did his materials one.
Yeah, I think I got that. I just didn't do it. But yeah, I'd say that his introduction to Niagara course is pretty good. Keeping it a buck. Keeping it a buck with you. Okay, we got to add our interface here. So let's do. This is going to be the root widget observer. We're gonna need to implement get. We need to get the widget info, which is that's another interface actually. Widget info. So we need that function. And then we do need on build updated.
At EU 2430.
We do
Tired of
need that.
taking courses, man. Fuck. About to make a course in drinking water.
Oh, bro, you ain't gonna never stop taking courses until you a part of a team and you doing like one task or maybe two tasks max. You're never gonna get away from taking courses and learning some new shit. I gotta take a course on motion design because I want the motion design. I don't know if y'all have seen that. I think I talked about it a while back, but they have that broadcast project for the sports broadcast. I wanna use that shit in the game for for presentation in the game. So I'm gonna have to learn. I'm gonna have to learn that shit. And I know I could skip over it by reducing the scope and just saying, okay, I'm gonna just have a bunch of simple ass widgets that
At
pop
EU
up and show up.
2430. Wait, what are you going to be using it on?
Player introductions, because you can edit that data at runtime. So like when the match starts, you get I can collect all the data.
Still for UI?
Well, kind of, yeah. I mean, it's essentially like uh how you would look at any. I want the game session to be like a sports broadcast, basically. So when the players get in, they load in, they get to see like the highest rated, like the highest skilled player, like the player to watch out for, the team composition, um, stuff like that. Like essentially how you would look at a sports event. That's how I want how the intro to the game to be.
At EU 2430. That's not really motion design though, right?
Well, the motion design tools have
At EU
like
2430.
a
That's
contiguous.
just camera movement.
Well, it could be done like that. Yeah, it could, if I want to reduce the scope, like if I felt like it was too complicated to do, I could definitely go that route. But I want it to be like a polished. Have you seen the sports broadcasts? Have you seen that uh, the demo for that? Now imagine that in this game. If you have seen if you haven't,
At EU
watch that.
2430.
Oh my god.
Nah.
So you don't even know what I'm talking about. Oh my god, this is a good opportunity to show this. Hold on. Cuz I've been looking at this shit almost every other day. Let me see. So the motion design sports broadcast. This is the demo. So this is not just camera motion, bro. It's like actual 3D space graphics. So this is before a match starts. You show which teams are matching up, which players. You know what I'm saying? During like this is like video editing, but it's at runtime because you set up the data points and you can pass it data and press play.
You can do this Unreal.
All in Unreal, yeah.
2430. What the fuck?
All in Unreal, bro. That type of shit, like play of the game. Like I know that's easy to do in UI, but it's just having it kind of like a contiguous package that has a similar style of it's like a similar design language. When you do this, you do everything in the same place. You know what I'm saying?
How are they doing this?
Bruh. It's It's this thing called cloners and like I don't know the nomenclatures, but I did use it before. I used it to make, I don't know if you got my Instagram, but I used it to make this thing. So it might look trash, but I gotta take this off a trial reel too. Where's my trials at? What the fuck? Can't see my trials on PC? Oh my god, they got my trials hidden on PC, bruh. That's kind of ass. I can't look at my trial reels. Maybe if I go to my story, it'll be on there. No, fuck. Damn, I can't look at my own trial reels on fucking PC. That's dumb. Or maybe if I look at notifications, maybe. Let's see if I can find it in here. Hell no. I don't see it in there. It is on TikTok though, I think. Yes, it should be on TikTok. Did I not post this on TikTok? The fuck am I doing? It's on Facebook for sure. For sure, it's on Facebook. Bro,
At
what?
24:30.
I thought I posted it on whatchamacallit. I could have sworn I posted that shit on TikTok. I know I posted it on Facebook. Okay, I'm about to get pissed. Hold on. No, no. Is this? Where's my content at? God, this looks so different on the website. Here it is. Here it is. I made this with the motion design tools. So imagine trying to do this with UI, basically. Like, this is not advanced. But imagine trying to do all this 3D movement, camera movement with UI. So yeah, I took a tutorial that shows you how to do this kind of stuff. Yeah, I know. I need to redo one for Rivals. But yeah, there's a tutorial that showed how to do like all of the simple stuff, and then I just took it, like it showed you how to do text, it showed you how to take an image and turn that into geometry. I might have made the geometry in Houdini. I don't remember. I think I did actually make the geometry with the image. I could be wrong about that. But yeah, it showed you how to do all this stuff. It's pretty cool. And I didn't come back to it. And then I saw that sports broadcast, and I like in the back of my mind, I was like, bro, I definitely want that in the game. That's gonna be fire. But I haven't had the time to deep dive into that shit. That we need to set the root widget and clear the root widget. But yeah, that shit is going to improve the polish quality, um, for sure. Like just imagine showing a playthrough where it does like the playthrough shows all that stuff, and it does all of that fancy shit with the UI, and it pulls in data from the best player on that team, it pulls in data from the best player on this team, it pulls in their build so you can see like a preview of the build like 2K does. And then it like shifts over and looks like a sports broadcast. It looks like you're watching a actual sport. And then what that does is that it allows for that same stuff to be used in an actual broadcast, because I want it to be a competitive game, like a game that gets played on a stage, like at LAN and shit. Like I want it to grow into that. I don't know if you've ever seen people play Madden live, but that shit is like people playing Madden live, almost motherfuckers that be there be supporting that shit like it's a real life football game. and they be playing for 100,000, 50,000. So yeah, shit like that is I think it will add a lot of polish. Okay, so we got that. And then on build updated, basically what we'll do here is um, we'll change the rarity. We'll change the rarity of, ooh, I guess we got to get all the attributes. There should be a function to grab the attribute map from the root. So I'll do that. Because we kind of need the attribute map to decide on uh, the rarity of this trait. So we'll do that here.
At EU 2430. I took a motion design course but for Houdini.
Oh, nice. In Tagba? I'm like super hungry right now. I got a few minutes. And then this will be an integer. Whoops.
At EU 2430. No, it was Voxid. But I used Intagma for the Houdini fundamentals.
Yeah, nice. I know Houdini has like a plugin called MoGraph or something like that. Um, it has like its own motion mapping tools. The only thing, the only difference in the like, cause Max told me he could do that shit too, but I told him if it doesn't work in Unreal, like if you don't do it through Unreal, then I can't use it at runtime. Like it's just a pretty picture, and at that point, it's not that at that point, it's not that cool. I might as well just use. You might as well just make the video and I just use it as like a UI.
At EU 2430. Yeah, there's no point if there's no runtime data
Yeah,
being fed in.
but yeah, getting that runtime data. My goodness, my goodness, Lord have mercy. Actually, all we really need is the attribute priority map because we'll. Should I do that? Should I make it simple like that? Like if you get no, because this okay. This is where if I don't make it simple like that, players will feel slighted, basically. Uh, because the way that 2K is able to get away with that shit by making it attribute value based is because you can go in and you can manually tweak the values. If I make it attribute value based, you might get cucked on your build. Like you might have a 6-8 build that can't get a high enough like you can't get a high enough stamina rating because your default weight is too high for a for a 6-8 flex or whatever, and you can't get Iron Lung on silver, even though you put stamina as a silver tier or a tier 2 attribute. You can get the Iron Lung perk on silver because your attribute value is too low. And so what that would do is that you'd have to go in and you'd have to like reduce your weight or change your height or something like that and try to get the value up. But since you can't go in there and fiddle with the numbers, I'm just gonna make it to where if your attribute is on silver, you get the bitch on silver. You know what I'm saying? It is like I said, I'm not trying to make y'all grind. I'm not trying to make the players grind or feel like they gotta sacrifice what they want for. I want you to sacrifice, but I don't want you to feel like you have to give up. How can I say that? I want you to be stuck between two good decisions, not one good decision and one decision that only works if you make a bad decision. If that makes sense. He's talking. No, he's talking about playtest. Um, to that Discord message. But yeah, I don't know. if I the downside to that is
2430. OLOL.
yeah, the downside to going that route is if like let's say there's an attribute that on silver it'll max your shit out to gold, because that's what I'm probably gonna do instead of maxing the attribute out in the trait. I'll say hey, the attribute will go from silver to gold, like plus one tier or something like that. And then if it is gold, it'll be maxed out. So that would be like you know what I'm saying? Like if you get the bronze, your attribute will go from bronze to silver. If you get the silver, your shit will go from silver to gold. If you got gold, it'll get maxed out no matter what, like 100. So that's a good way to separate the tiers of the traits. But yeah, I'm thinking if I if I go that route, it's easier on the player's mind. N- And then always down the line, because 2K changes they builder every year. Down the line, I can do some shit like uh we made changes to the builder, and now you get to go in and you get to tweak your attribute ratings with attribute point, or you can trade in the tokens for attribute points or whatever, some shit like that. Um, down the line where you can choose to do two different build configurations. You can choose to do attribute based, like attribute point based builds, or
Yes, it's easier on
token
the
based.
mind, but also to me it sounds sustainable, which is more important.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about scope. Because if I start getting into the attribute stuff, I got to start getting into the back end stuff because players can cheat on that shit. But when it comes to the tiers, if you cheat, you know what I mean? Like basically you can't tell the server that you got gold everything. You can't. It'll it'll mark you as a cheater, and right now I got a to do in there to give you a cheater build, and that bitch gonna be funny. I swear to God, motherfuckers that's cheating, everybody gonna know. If a motherfucker cheating, you gonna know because they build gonna be 5 foot tall, with slow as a motherfucker, can't jump, can't do nothing. All bullshit attributes if you cheating. Like if you trying to send the server some bullshit. Now, uh, I got to make sure that there's no false negative or false positives.
At
But that shit gonna
E2430.
be funny as fuck. Because what's gonna be funny is your build is not replicated to you, because I expect that the build that you submit is the build that the server is gonna use. You get what I'm saying? So like if you say I'm 6'10", I got all gold attributes and blah blah blah, right? On your screen you're gonna be 6'10" with gold attributes. But everybody else gonna see you as 5 foot. That shit gonna be funny as fuck. Like, bro, why this dude 5 foot? And he gonna have to lead the match because he knows that he cheated, and everybody gonna see that he cheated. And oh man, I can't wait to see some clips of that shit where a dude is 5 foot. We're like, whoa, why this dude so short? Yeah, that's
At
a cheater right there.
E2430. Wait, that would make it
Unplayable.
unplayable for them.
Yeah,
At
cheating.
EU2430.
Yeah,
They'll
100%.
just be rubber banding.
Exactly. They're gonna have to leave the game. If you cheat, you're gonna have to leave the game because the server is the thing that is when you give the server a bill, it checks. Okay, you're only supposed to have 8 golds, 6 silvers, 6 bronzes. If you try to give me anything else, I'm giving you a cheater
At
build.
EU2430.
And
That's
since
genius
and since
LOL.
the shit is client predicted, the server gonna be running it how it's supposed to run with the right data, the cheater data. And you're gonna be running it with the fucked up data. So you're gonna be rubber banding the entire time. And you're gonna be like, bro, why is this? That's why I say I gotta make sure there's no false positives. Because a person that might have like maybe if I fucked up in my code, it like could bug somebody out to where they always rubber banding. But that shit's gonna be so funny, dude. Cheaters are gonna have a terrible time in the game. I can't wait. I honestly can't wait. I'm looking forward to the cheaters. Because I'm thinking of creative ways to fuck with them. But I got to see how the cheaters how they work to be able to come up with clever ways to mess with them. All right, we got a few more minutes. So yeah, I pretty much got the design down. I should wait for my wife to get here. She gets off at 6, bro. I'm too hungry for that. I should have
At
ate.
U2430.
I should have ate a snack.
If you give me a 5.6 build, I'll cheat on it, lol. I'm too lazy to find 5.8 offsets.
A 5.6
At
build.
U2430. Someone usually does it and posts them, but it takes a month or two.
Oh, you mean like make the game in 5.6? Yeah, I don't know if that's possible. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know if that's possible, my brother. Get at your priority map. Oh fuck. Son of a bitch. Okay, let's change this to slot
At
priority.
U2430. Do you have speed checks?
For what? What do you mean? Speed checks? Like input speed checks? Like if the client tries to send like a inflated move
At
input?
U2430. How quick a player can move in game?
Mm, so let me think. I don't think cheats like that are possible because the client sends their move intent. So the client sends their move intent, and that's what the server uses to move them. The client can't do anything to speed hack. It's actually impossible. Yeah, it's impossible. They send up their 2D vector for their move intent, and then inside of the movement modes, that move intent is used to decide where the player is trying to move. So there's no way that they could move faster than they can possibly move. Yeah, unless like I don't know any way other way to cheat that. Because the usual way is that they would send like a move vector that's like 1,000 times inflated, but once it gets sent to the server normalizes it. The client normalizes it too. The server normalizes it, so once that vector is normalized, it becomes just a one or 0 or 1.
At EU2430. Yeah, I don't think so either if it's like that.
Yeah. So yeah, they just send
At
up
Trevo.
move intent.
Hey
What's good,
bud.
Trevo? Um, Orientation. They send up their control rotation that comes from the client. Um, yeah, there's no real opening to exploit the movement other than like how Kobe was able to find like those type of bugs like that. There's no real way to exploit the movement other than like bugs in the code. Um, and I'm hoping that I got most of them. I hope that I got most of them. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got most of them. There's actually some stuff that's wrong with my build, right? Like my builder still to right now, but I'm kind of not focusing on it. I'm gonna play the game for a little bit.
At
'Cause I'm pretty
Kobe1ER.
much done with work.
We will see next play test.
Yeah, we'll see. I think I got most of them. Because they were due to you being able to still do stuff while like because there's frames where the ball is still in your ownership, and if you're in well, it's two things. There were frames where the ball was still in your ownership and you were still in the movement mode where you could, you know, manipulate the ball. But the way I cock block them is once you, this is uh, especially good now because of the queue system. I actually queue the jump shot in the future, and I exit the movement mode for jump shots. I'll queue the dunk for the future, and then I'll exit the
At
dunk mode like as
2430,
soon as you queue that shit.
are you doing throttling? What if a client sends an overwhelming number of inputs to the server?
Uh, actually, mover mover chaos mover tells the client to either slow down or speed up in terms of inputs. So if the buffer gets full, the client, I mean the server tells the client to start running at a slower rate. So if they try to do that, they'll start running the game simulation code at a slower rate. And maybe they can do that to like DDoS the server, but I don't think so. I gotta look into that though. Oh, I'm lagging. Yeah, maybe they can do that to DDoS. I think I'm lower than a tick rate, but I don't think so. I gotta look into it. It feel good though. Yeah, I don't know how DDoSing works. Oh, what is that? That's a bug. Why does that happen? That's probably one of those rewind shits. Huh. Left hand does that only. Does that happen if it's in? Okay. Okay, it happened there too. That might be action frames be. That might be the action frames still. Why is this happening? This could be because the activate function is not running. Actually,
At EU
hmm.
2430, DDoSing is when a client sends a large amount of packets to a server with the intent to overwhelm.
Yeah,
At EU
I don't know. Maybe that
2430,
is possible.
causing the server to be extremely slow, or crash.
I don't know if that's possible, but that might be a possibility, to be honest with you. What's going on with the layups doing that? I don't know what that is. I wonder what that is. It happens after I do a layup. Hold on, let me see.
At EU
Okay.
2430, BrainCloud has its own implementation already built for you.
DDoS protection. It could be that I'm not running the activate. The only reason the activate doesn't run is due to the sync state not being valid.
At EU 2430, yeah, they just blacklist the IP.
That's nice. Or maybe I'm still doing this the wrong way. No, I don't do it here anymore. Yeah. Oh, fuck me. Um, hold on. There's probably this is new. This is new. There is probably an edge case where this fails. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta look at this. So if I go, that's probably because I fucking tabbed out. If I go jump shot, but then I go layup, that worked. But if I go here, no, that works still. So why does this happen randomly? Hold on. Is smart move not considered grounding? Oh, yeah, that's what that is. Um, I'm guessing, yeah, that's what that is. So, uh, layup, layup. God damn. Should launch was last movement mode grounded. So when we are in the smart move mode, yeah, yeah. So obvious this doesn't have, no, it has smart move right there. What? Uh, only other thing I can think is that smart move is not storing its movement mode, but that wouldn't be the case, right? Yeah, it's not. God damn it. Mode name is okay. I'm gonna check and see if this works, then I'm gonna be done. Wasn't expecting the layups to be broken. Mm-mm. Yeah, I wonder if Rocket League deals with DDoSing because I'm pretty much Chaos Mover uses the same concept as Rocket League. The forward predicting every client only sends input. Input gets put into a buffer that uh, the server will grow and shrink depending on the latency. So the buffer might expand if there's higher latency, or and it might get smaller if there's lower latency. Um, so yeah, I can do a layup from here. Get that weird ass glitch. I don't know why that happens in the beginning. And I'm still doing that. So hold on. I can do it from here, but if I go smart into layup, I don't do it.
At EU2430.
So
I
something's
was
happening with
working
the
on a
launch.
WebView implementation for UE and there's a one frame gap for game UI. Which feels okay, but I don't really like it. I think the only way to use web code is to do what Rive is doing.
I don't. What was that? The one frame gap for UI. So it's like latent. Um, something is happening here. Something is going wrong here.
At
Because even this code
EU2430.
doesn't really matter anymore,
Yeah,
actually.
there's a frame of latency since the web code runs on a separate thread.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that's what I'm dealing with Chaos Mover. Hold on. Let me think here. So I can't go from smart move to layup. I don't know what the fuck that is. I'll put that in my to do because I don't know what that is. I'm pretty sure it's from me switching over the launch the launch code. Only thing I can think is the dunk transition is fucking up somehow. Like we're transitioning into layup, but we're not launching. So I guess the only other thing I can look at is
At
maybe we don't have
EU2430.
this. Hold on.
There's always a bug when you find a breakthrough.
Oh yeah, for sure. Um, well, I pretty much there's gonna be a lot of bugs because I rewrote all the code functionality got rewritten. Because I was doing a lot of stuff wrong uh previously when I was first using Chaos Mover. Like I was using timestamps instead of frame stamps. I was doing things instantly on the frame instead of queuing it. So now a lot of things get queued. And so with switching up the code base, there's probably still some like stuff in the code that is not transferred over. But
At
you know how
EU2430.
that is.
Yeah, God bless your soul, I know that was a lot of work.
Yeah, it was a whole week. Um, I need to log this because this could be the reason why this is happening. But I need to also Log the last movement mode. So, hold on, wait, what? Should launch for layup actually should be the last movement mode is grounded. What? Should launch for layup. We should launch if the last movement mode was grounded.
Wait, is Kobe still here?
I don't know. He had said something a while ago. Yeah, this is right. This is the reason why this was failing. But what's crazy is I'm able to do a layup from walking. So I'm still gonna put this log here because I don't actually know what the fuck happened right there. Walking, locked walking, charge, defense, gather, smart move. Yeah, there's no other jump shot. No, dunk, gather, defense, charge, block. Yeah, yeah. So I don't know how that was working, but I'm just going to this here so I can look for this in the whatchamacallit. Real quick, because I actually have no idea why this is broken. And if this crashes, I'm done. Because Chaos Mover also has that problem, where if you do this, it will sometimes crash. I could go till 5. My wife doesn't leave work until 5. I did want to play Apex though. I hit diamond, by the way. Sorry, nigga. Sorry, nigga. Oh my mommy. Had to do it by myself. Had to do it by myself. Oh shit, dog. I have I literally have to play Van. No, I'll take it back. I played Caustic a lot. I played Caustic and I got a lot of points with Caustic, but sometimes when you play with idiots, you gotta play Vantage. Because people make bad decisions and you need a character that can get you out of that bad decision quick. Okay, locked falling. Okay, I don't know what that bug is, but it happens on the first action every time. So yeah, locked falling, locked walking. How? What? How's that happening?
At EU2430. Man, I haven't touched Apex since we last played.
I ain't gonna lie, I wouldn't touch it either if I was you, Slime. So wait, what's my last movement mode right now?
At EU2430.
That shit says locked falling, and then it says locked walking.
At
How was that possible?
EU2430. Hop on
Oh,
Valorant
Valorant.
Pro, let's see
No,
trolls.
bro. The only reason I don't like Valorant is because that bitch is boring. I can't move in that game, dog. I feel like I'm like my neck is like this in this game. That's why I feel like when I play other shooters, I'll play it. Don't get me wrong. I'll play this shit. Valorant is boring because it's clunky
At
to me.
EU2430. Dude, it's fun ASF.
So one thing is claustrophobic. The game is claustrophobic. It has clunky movement unless you're playing that one chick with the Thor fingers or the Zeus fingers. Um, and I don't like games where you can spray and get a headshot and get a kill. I don't like games like that anymore. Yeah, Neon, that's her name.
Neon LOL.
But that's not to say I'm not good at the game. Like I played the game before, it was just boring as fuck to me. I wasn't bad. Now don't get me wrong, I wasn't bad at the game. I wasn't like getting shit on or anything like that. I just did not like that I couldn't slide, vault. You can't vault in the game, bro. Like games that don't have sliding and vaulting, I fucking hate it, dog.
Ranked and running strats.
Yeah. I'm like I said, the gameplay, the actual core gameplay loop of Valorant is good, but the movement of the game is ass, bro. From a person who's literally been playing nothing but Apex for the last 6 years. God, it just sucks. Apex has me spoiled, bro.
I was playing with a friend yesterday in low elo and I was getting pissed.
Yeah,
I took
how's
a
it
step
feel?
back and said to myself, wait,
This is
is
great.
that what Gregory felt?
Thanks, dog. Oh my god, I was tilted. I had to stop playing that motherfucker with your ass. This is gonna fuck our friendship up because I'm an asshole, bro. At my core, I am a blunt person, and it's just how I am, dog. I and some people can't take that shit, so I got to get myself out of there because I know myself. You know what I'm saying? And it's bad. That's yeah. I was after we lost that fight on the underground. I lost all faith in you, bro. I was like, hell, I can't play with him no more. We lost a 2v3 where and then that's not even what made me the most mad. I killed two motherfuckers on the team, and I get killed by the third person on their team, and we still don't kill that team. And then that same team kills us on the low ground.
I just don't
I said,
I'm going to start back and
we dog shit. God damn, we trash. Like when we play trash like that, it make me feel trash. And that shit is like, you know what I'm saying? Like, am I trash? Like, god damn, am I trash that we losing that? Sometimes it's not even about y'all. It's about me. But most of the time, I be mad at y'all. Okay, so somehow my last movement mode is fucking and is falling. How? How are you falling? Okay, I gotta put some code somewhere real quick. I gotta go to I know I said I was go get up, but I'm gonna probably stay on for another hour.
I don't even care about ELO when I'm playing a game I'm good at. I just care about losing to players I know are dog ass.
Exactly. But I do care about Elo. I ain't gonna say that. I care about Elo because I know once I'm not playing with anybody else, I get put in shit lobbies. Like when I was plat 2 all the way to diamond, I was playing in diamond lobbies the whole time. I had teammates that are diamond 2, and I want this is I should have recorded this, bruh. The lobby was 8. I think it was 8 12 in balance.
I don't know if there's a game that got my blood pressure up so high.
That game was boring as fuck to me. But yeah, it was 8-12, diamonds 8, platinums 12. My teammates were diamond 2, and actually it was 12-8. So it was majority diamonds because we had dropship. When the lobby is majority diamonds, you get dropship. You don't get to fly. You just get randomly put in a spot. So we had dropship, and we finished looting. And then one of the dudes got on the mic and said, "Oh, I forgot. This is an easy ass lobby. Let's go push somebody." Like he talking all crazy. End of the game, I had 300 damage. This motherfucker had 47 damage. And I didn't even get to talk shit to him. This is a Diamond 2 player, by the way. I was Plat 2 at the time. And I'm playing, he played Caustic, so I play Vantage. And so this is what I'm telling you, like, these motherfuckers are not good at the game. They just play this bitch all day. Like, right now while I'm working, somebody is playing fucking Apex all day. And that's why they Diamond 2, Diamond 1, Masters. It's not because they better. Most of the time they worse than me, and they think they're better than me because they rank tells them that they're better than me. But they're not. They suck at the game. They make bad decisions because they think everybody else is like worse than them. But that's the thing. I respect every player like they can beat me in a 1v1 until I beat them in a 1v1. You know what I'm saying? And that's the difference. That's how I play the game. I play like everybody can kill me. And that's how my thought process goes. Yeah, I'm thinking about that team over there, this team over here. I know if we kill this team, we can probably kill this team, but I'm worried about that team over there. And so other people don't think like that. They thinking, "Oh, let's kill this team," and that's as far as their brain goes. And that's when I get mad. When brains do not think about the second or third, because Apex Legends is literally nicknamed third party legends. That's what people call it. So why are we not thinking about the where every team is before we fight? That's why I play Vantage. That's why I play Caustic or shit like that. Because Caustic lets you kill a team and you can actually hold off the third party from like just rolling your ass. But yeah, I don't know, bro. That game that game gets my blood boiling because players just don't think. That's the shit that pisses me off more than anything. Because when you was like we overthinking this, I'm like, nah, bro, you don't understand. If you think you can roll every team, it's actually impossible to roll every team. It's impossible. I can prove this by landing in a hot spot, and we can have a like Newcastle fucking we can have Newcastle, Sear, and Caustic, and somebody will still kill us because it's just like it's too many motherfuckers, bro. And so when you go to fight in a spot that people can easily get to, it's the same concept. Like you'll go. Hold on, let me type this code out. You'll go start fighting. Pre-simulation tick. Uh, yeah, I guess I could do it here. I don't know why my whatchamacallit is come on, bro. I'm about to get pissed. There's two things happening in my brain right now. Movement mode info. Thank you. Okay. Um let's just see what this is saying. Cause somehow I'm in fallen mode out of nowhere. But yeah, Apex is it's hard to play other games too because how smooth the game feels when you're moving. Like even in a claustrophobic space like a building, like you can still get jiggy in that mug. And that's why I don't play other games. Not because I suck at them, because I'm really good. Like, I'm really good at COD. I didn't have too bad of a time with like CS:GO and Valorant. I didn't have too bad of a time with it. Like, I wasn't getting shit on. Like I won some games. And I just didn't enjoy it because I felt like I couldn't move. Same thing with CS:GO. I feel like I can't move. And, and then if I die because my brain is thinking like my brain thinks like Apex. Like I could peek this dude, slide back, jump backwards, jump slide backwards. Like I feel like Apex is just undefeated, bro. And don't get me wrong, COD is kind of like that. That's why I played COD the most out of all those other games. But I still think
At
COD
then
is trash.
24:30. Yeah, you're not really supposed to be running around the map in Valorant. You can if you're good, but in Valorant, you're supposed to play really tactical.
I'm so like I'm so past that. If you know how many years I put in a siege, bro, you wouldn't doubt my Valorant skills. But I am so over. Why is it still locked falling? Huh? Okay, what? Okay, maybe it's out of date. Okay, I did see it say walking. So my last movement mode was falling because I'm in the walking state. And then when I go to this, then when I go to this, um, when I go to this, my last movement mode was falling when I first got in there. So now my last movement mode, can I see the bottom? Stop fucking scrolling, please. Just show me the bottom. Now my last movement mode is locked falling, and when I try to go for a layup, I can't because my last movement mode was locked falling, even though I'm in the walking mode. Makes no sense. Walking. I'm pretty sure that this has the activate function that's supposed to cache the previous movement mode. So when we're in walking, we're actually caching the move above. And then when we go into, okay, I know what I got to do. Um, this is actually a really simple fix. Layup or actually homing. Come on, Shroud. Come on, fingers. Yeah, so um instead of using this, I just need to use the last movement mode from here. Like I need another version of this function that takes in the last movement mode. View the launch. Come on, dog. Yeah. So that's the fix for that. I'm not gonna test it because I know that that's what's happening. Return a true, and then we'll go to the layup mode. We just override should launch. Let's override the other should launch. Last movement mode. Oops, hold on. We pretty much want this same thing right here. Return the last movement mode was grounded. Okay, and then for dunk, come on, dog. And then in homing mode, excuse me, in homing, when we activate, like I said, this is new because I used to do this. I used to do this on the simulation tick. I would check to see if the first frame of the mode, the current server frame is equal to the first frame that the mode started on, but that had a bunch of bugs um, along with it. But yeah, let's do last or previous mode name like that, and then that should solve that. Now we should not have that stupid ass issue again. And I'm actually going to stop. Yeah. Went over my time today. Appreciate y'all. I'm gonna get out of here and get something to snack on. Peace.